wanted to
we're
add just
looking
go
at,
back to the stage.
let's see, Nathan. All right. So, see how you're adding these red marks
Yeah.
with text? It's
Yeah.
very common. That's what most people do. Okay.
Okay. Is that
What I
bad?
want you to do is I want you to say file, new, annotation family,
That's
annotation symbol. That was it. That was it.
Oh, okay.
I want you to go scroll down, do a generic annotation. Delete that red stuff. Add a label. Uh-huh.
What do
I
you want
want
to
that
call
to
it?
be a text parameter. And not that one, the next one. Yep. That length. I want to be text.
All right.
All right. And let's make this an instance parameter, not a type parameter.
All right.
Okay.
Any prefixes or
That's it.
suffixes?
Nope. Make that thing left justified. Nope. Yep. You're there. Middle or
That's it.
center.
Oh, yeah, it's center. You're right. You're right.
Right. I'd do it left and I'd do top if it was me. You could do it however you wanted. Make
Right.
that text size. Make it 3/8 or 1/8 inch. Make it red. You know what? Make that opaque instead of transparent. I know we typically do the other.
That way
Okay.
it'll be more visible, I guess.
Yep.
All right.
Load that into the project. Okay. So now you could actually put this in the sheet or you can put this in the view. You could do either. So put one of those in there now.
All right.
How do you do that? There you go. You had
Yeah.
it.
I did. I went at it.
That's it. Symbol. You got it.
All right.
Now put your to-do comment. Put tags on columns. Okay. Now pick it and say add a leader.
I do not like that leader.
Well, just put an arrowhead on the end of it.
Okay, I didn't know if it worked the same way. I got you.
Right?
Yep.
Now put another one on there. Let's put another symbol somewhere else. Put one in my other comments that I told you. Do
Okay.
one to the garage doors. Say lower garage by 6 inches. Okay. See, so the idea is, you remember how Robert gave you those red lines marked up the way you liked them, where they were in a PDF?
Yeah.
The idea is if you have an architect or an engineer that knows a little bit of Revit, they could go simply put all these symbols all over your drawings so that you could pick up the comments instead of red marking it in Bluebeam or some PDF thing, right?
Yeah.
Add splash blocks to gut downspout. Okay. Now, here's the benefit.
Yeah.
Now, write me a schedule.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. Write you a schedule. Get rid of this. View schedule.
Generic annotation. Oh, you dirty dog. How about detail items? Does it have that?
Detail items.
So we'd have to make it as a detail items.
All right.
So what we'd have to do is we'd have to make that annotation as a detail item.
Okay, so you go back into the family.
Nope. What I want you to do is I want you to open up 2024 or 2025.
Okay. Let's just do 2024. We just gonna do a new family.
No, all I want you to do is open up a new project, and then I want you to see if you can schedule generic annotations.
All right.
Pretty sure they added it.
Goodness gracious. It almost feels like the Twinmotion having that open kind of.
Oh, it uses up a lot of your resources.
Yeah, it kind of tanks my PC.
Yeah, it does. Trust me, if you were a poor slug working in an office with a lame old computer, you couldn't even be running Revit with Twinmotion at the same time.
That is true.
I just wanted to look at this so that you can capture this idea. And then I'm going to try to get you to see if you can't take a stab at it, which you probably won't be successful. But go to your view schedules and see if you can now schedule generic annotations. You cannot. Okay. So I did do it as a
detail item.
As a detail item, correct?
Oh, and that's new. I didn't even realize they added a little search bar up here.
Yep.
All right.
Now, what happens is we put those in as those generic annotations, which I always thought was very nice and easy to do. But because you can't schedule it, you have this benefit. Go ahead and hit cancel. All right. You have the ability now. So there's all these red lines all over your drawing, but maybe you didn't finish them, but you got to do a print because we needed to print for Friday. What you have the ability to do is delete that generic annotation temporarily so that your drawing's not all messed up. So if you went down to families, generic annotation, family 1.
Generic annotations.
Which is going to be annotations.
Oh, yeah. Annotation. I got you.
Right? See that family number 1?
Yep.
If you deleted that, watch what would happen to your screen. All your red marks would go away. You'd be ready for printing.
Right, and that's just text. That's why that didn't go away.
That's why that gets left behind. See, what happens is if you don't have any of those red lines done, then you really can't do a print. How can you turn your red lines off? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So undo so that those things come back, and let's see if we can't make a detail item that has that generic annotation in it. So, new family detail item. Okay. Now go back to your project and edit that annotation family. Okay. Load that into your detail item. Okay.
All right.
Now, what you do is that and take on that guy. See that text parameter?
Yeah.
Hit the dot next to it, the end one, and do the description. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's description. Let's do it to comments. Do they have comments? Nope. Description's best. Go with the description.
All right.
All right. Let's try loading that into the project.
Can't create this kind of element in this view.
So you got to go into the actual view to do it. Can't put detail items on your sheet. Now you would say detail item,
There's an
annotate,
annotate
component.
component.
Yep.
Detail
Yep.
component.
Detail component.
Family 2.
There it is. Family 2. Don't go outside your crop boundary. Can't go outside your crop boundary. It has to be on there. There you go.
Okay. Oh, I put 2.
And
It won't let me edit it.
it would. It's a type parameter, so you would have to go edit type. Right? See if you put something in description,
Oh. Holy
just
fuck.
type some text. Just type some text. Okay? See that?
Okay. Yeah.
Now, if we, and I'm pretty sure that's what I did. If we go into that guy and don't make him equal description, right? Pick on that. Make him be a new one, correct? To do, make it an instance parameter. Now load that back into the project.
Oh, okay. See, I thought I could just type in that.
Nope. You got to type it into to do. Nope. Type it into to do. Type
Right.
in move door.
Right here.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's what I tried doing. I guess I clicked something. I probably typed
You
something.
moved your cursor.
I got you. Okay. Move door.
All right. All right. So now downside. Can't put a leader on that, unlike the generic annotation. But what you can do is now you could do a schedule of detail items. And the to do will not be listed. You'd have to make it a shared parameter for it. You see if to do's listed in there. I don't think it will be.
No.
Okay. So if we made that to do to be a shared parameter, then you could basically list what that comment was. And what would happen is you would have a schedule of all the red marks that are in your job.
Okay. And that's this one to do.
Right.
How do I edit that? I forget.
You can't change that. You'd have to make a brand new one.
Really?
Yep. And you have to click on the shared parameter. And you'd have to say select. Say yes. Do a create.
I've never done this before.
This is a shared parameter text file, and you can just say test. Hit save. Now you need to add a group. Say new.
Oh wait, I have
Red
done
lines.
this.
Red
have done
lines.
this. All right, red lines.
Yep. Now add a new parameter. Items to do. Can't be named the same as the to do. There you go. Perfect. Change it to text. Say okay. Say okay. Say okay. Items to do and make it an instance parameter. Say okay. Now load that into the project.
All right.
Okay. Now, if you picked on it, you would see it says items to do above. Try type in move door. Okay. Now, let's look at your schedule. You're going to have to do that view schedule detail items.
Items to do. Oh, gotta add it, Nathan. All right.
See what happens? Those are all your detail items now. You have some other detail items in here. So why don't we add a field called the family? See, you got items that are filled regions. You got one of those that you put in there that you didn't even fill out. But the idea is we now want to make it so that only. All right, so let's do this. Let's also put a field in there called description. Okay, the reason I had to do description is you can't sort by family.
Yeah.
All right. In other words, you can't filter. Go to your filter. Notice that family is not there. See the description? There you go. And you would say equals. And hit your arrow, and you're going to type in that blah, blah, gibbery-gish.
Okay.
See, so now you're only going to see, hit okay. You're only going to see those guys. Okay. So now if you go to one of your other elevations or another drawing, that's fine. Building section. Go put one of those detail items in the kitchen and say, check countertop height. Annotate. And you can't do it.
Oh, I got to do an interview.
Because you're in the sheet.
I got you. I got to do it in the view detail component. Okay. Family 2.
Put it right in your kitchen and say, check countertop heights. Okay. Go back to your schedule, your detail item schedule. Stretch your thing. Stretch it.
Which one?
The C. That's why you don't see heights.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And instead of this being a detail item schedule, it should be your to-do list. You with me?
Yeah.
Now, the whole benefit of doing that is you see that guy right there? Pick on your move door. Say highlight in model. Nope. Up at the top, highlight in model. Say okay. There it is. Close. Took you right to the red line. See, if you do your red lines that way, all those red lines will show up on the schedule, and you'll know when you're done when you delete them.
That's pretty neat. I do like that. Highlight dot.
It's a sophisticated way that it would allow an engineer like Robert, who said he was going to buy Revit, And once they use Revit, right?
Yeah.
He can put all those notes on there, and now you don't have to worry about flipping through every sheet to find every red mark. All you do is go down the red marks and knock them off.
Yeah, that would be a little bit more.
Very beneficial for a BIM coordination meeting where they might not be covering things so fast that you don't have time to actually make the changes while they're talking about them. When there's something that you have to change that they're covering into BIM coordination, all you have to do is go to the view, put that detail item in there, and then you'll be able to come back on a Wednesday or another day to do it.
Yeah.
You with me?
Yeah.
Is that what you did for Century? Or Caesars, rather, not Century?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that multiple times.
I was going to say, I remember those meetings going very quickly, topic to topic, and not even giving a good idea of what the hell they wanted. I kind of see where that would come in.
Remember, I also had the advantage of I recorded every meeting.
Yeah.
So for Century, typically what I would do is I would just record it. Or another thing, that's even a wiser way to go, okay, is every object has a comment. Click on a door. See down there where it says comments?
Yeah.
Right? Click on a window. Look, there's comments. Pick on your corner trim. Look, there's comments. Pick on your downspout.
Everything has comments. Everything I'm clicking on.
Everything has comments. So what does that mean? Make me a multi-category tag?
I'll make you a multi-category tag.
File new annotation symbol. This is very important. That one there, I think you have to do the multi-category tag. We can't switch this. That is a very special tag. Okay?
Okay.
Undo your label. Make it red and B for comments.
Comments. Say okay. Left. Top.
Right, left and top.
One. You want to keep it opaque?
Yep. Make it 1/8 inch. Maybe even 1/4 inch if you want it.
I like quarter.
Yeah, make it 1/4 inch. Okay.
All right.
Stretch that. Keep
The
going.
box
Stretch.
itself.
Yep. We want it long enough that we can type some stuff in. That's perfect. Okay. You got to hit an object. It's on the multi-category tag.
Right. Multi-category.
So do multi-category tag. Do it with deleter. Hit delete on that.
Multi-category, leader, free end.
Right. Now put your comment in there. Nope, don't even go over there. Yep.
Cool. Can you make a schedule out of this?
No.
Okay.
Well, don't say, oh, okay, because it's not okay. Say what you mean. Damn it, Autodesk, what's your problem?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, do that to the window too. Do that to one of the windows. Move the window or make a bigger window. Tell that when you want to make that window bigger.
I'll be right back. We use the restroom.
It is almost pointless to do that.
Fine, whenever you get a chance. Do I need a serial number for Mac?
Just go to your about on your Revit 2020, and there's your serial number.
Brian?
I hear you. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I'm on the stage. When you're done, can you help me with this, Max?
All you have to do is go to the About Autodesk in your Revit 2020. Go to Manage Licenses. Go to that thing right there, and right here's your serial number you're looking for.
Hold on a second.
Well, you should be able to do the about on your Revit 2020. Then you would match your serial number and your product key.
I don't know how to.
There's a little.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll try to that. Thank you very much.
All right. So now here's the benefit, Nathan.
All right.
What if you write a filter? Make me a new filter.
Oh. Goodness gracious. All right.
Red lines. We're going to do all objects. Check them all. Okay.
All right.
And say where it says all selected and it says none, make that say comments. All right. So the problem that you have is a few of those objects don't have comments. Now, this is frustrating for a rookie. So say uncheck, say check none. Now, just for giggles, we're going to say windows, doors, floors, walls. Hit your walls too. Do your roofs. And do your ductwork and your pipes. Perfect. Do a duct accessory. All right. So that's fine. You're fine with what you got. Now,
right.
You see where it says all selected and none? Now look under none. You can do comments. Okay. So what we're going to say is if the comments is greater than 0. All right. Now, on that list, I want you to go down, start at the top. Start checking on them. It's going to warn you when you got an object that does not have comments. See that right there? What object? Say no. Analytical spaces you can't have selected. Keep going. Probably any of the analyticals. There you go. Do you see how I put it in there so that we know which ones we can do and which ones we can't?
Right. That way it'll tell us elevations.
Right. And this is a very important step because this is actually telling you what objects don't, like grids, don't have comments. There's only a few things that don't have comments.
I'm assuming reference plans aren't going to have it either.
There you go. There you go. You're catching on.
Roads. I've never even used a road. I don't even know how to do that. Roads. Shaft opening the site.
A road, when they just added a category for roads. There's not an actual roads. It's just a type of family that gets grouped with roads. All right. So perfect. Now say okay. Make those lines, projection lines, be red. Why don't you make that weight of those lines as well? Yep, be nice and 6.
6. All right.
Make your cut lines be red.
Six as well.
Sure. Say okay.
Aha. That's pretty neat. I have the thin lines on. That's why.
Right.
It's pretty cool.
So we'll put a comment on your roof. Tag multi-category.
Tag multi. That's what it is.
Change to metal panel.
That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Is that actually what you want me to do? You want me to change it to middle panel?
No.
Okay.
Nope, I'm just trying to show you how different
gotcha.
ways that we can make red lines. See, if you remember, Robert got really upset at you that if he had to mark up all those PDFs, he might as well just do the doggone job himself.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Here you can very quickly redline.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's two different ways to redline. Like I said, the one I like about with the detail item is if you can schedule it, then you can go to the schedule and find those red lines all over your job.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I think both uses have both applications have their own uses. So I do like this filter though.
Well, as you get better with filters, you'll find that it's very like go to your 3D view.
Oh, I forgot to click on something. All right.
See, what we can do here is we could put that same filter.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I put the filter on it.
Well, did you make it red?
I did not. I did not.
Spin around to the back and you'll see those two that you did.
Oh.
And you can go even further. Go into that filter again. See the projection surface pattern?
Yeah.
Pick on that, make it solid, and a light red. Yep. And it made that door red, is what it did. It made the window red.
I guess you made everything red.
Right? You could also use that to then turn everything else off except for those objects, and you could now go find those objects. Now, that requires the person applying the red lines to understand how to use a multi-category tag, which that's not necessarily something you would want someone like Robert to do. That's where I say you use that generic annotation that's very easy for him to fill in. He just picks and puts a leader on it and points to what he wants and tells you what he wants you to do it. Then you go turn it into these red lines that are the comments.
Yeah.
So like if you picked your gutter right now. Nope. Yep, the gutter. And you said in the comments, make that gutter bigger. Right? Watch how it turns red.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Go to that elevation.
Okay.
So you're like, oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to that. Well, multi-category tagging.
Multi-category tag. So should I just go through and apply the red lines filter to everything?
Well, that's what you would do with that with the apply templates or apply templates.
Right. Right.
Where I was going with this was Tyler asked me how I did it with the casino.
Yeah.
All I did was had my model open. If Jair said, move this duct 2 inches to the south, but that had a lot of impacts that I couldn't actually move the deck while the job was going on. all I'd do is I'd put that in the comments. Move this duct south 2 inches.
Right.
That would then make it appear red until I moved it and took the comment away.
I got you.
You got
Easier way to visualize it too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a big pimple staring at you, so you can't really miss it.
So, is Tyler still here? Did he say he was leaving?
I think he's here. He just went to the restroom, if I remember correctly.
Well, let's see. Stop that screen. Present.
Okay,
Share
but
screen. Share.
the tag stays. That is good to
Back.
know. Elevations.
What did that say? Chrome tab.
Is there a way to see which? Okay, yeah, okay, I got you. It says multi-category tag, generic annotation.
Where did I put that? Not there. There it is. Is that not Chrome? I don't think it is. Control C. There it is. Share screen. Share screen. What is this thing called? Bottom of the old structure. They messed something else up too, doggone it.
What's that?
My sharing of my screen. That's about it.
You can't share your screen?
I'm having a hard time sharing my Google screen since they messed things up. So exterior, did I need down the stove? Might have had too many tabs open. Let's see. Cancel.
Instead of a Chrome tab, just do window probably.
Well, if you do window, you can't share the tab
Oh, it won't
or
play
the
audio.
volume.
You have to do either entire
Oh,
screen or
they
Chrome
may
tab.
have changed it. Let's see if this works. Let's see. Can you hear that?
No.
You can't
Yeah,
hear him
mine
talking?
says no.
No.
Mine
No.
says whenever you share, you have to either pick a tab or the entire screen for audio to go through.
Yeah, they changed it. That's pretty nasty. Can you hear that?
No.
Hold
Well,
on.
it's an ad. Yeah.
You can't hear that?
Nope.
No.
Can't hear him talking. StreamYard, you messed up bad, buddy.
Time to move over to Discord.
So how the heck am I going to share this stupid screen?
I've been saying that for a while, Nathan.
Let's see.
Discord, I know it ties into OBS, but it doesn't have a built-in recording, does it?
I don't know why it's not listed.
Not too sure if it has a built-in recording. I don't think you can cast them or like record them live.
Well, you can if you have OBS. OBS and Discord are partnered.
Oh, okay. Well,
But beyond that, I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, that kind of forces people to have OBS.
There we are. Now I think I got it.
Granted, OBS is like, I mean, it's free. I mean, it's not that bad.
For your residential Revit projects. That's right. We're going to be talking about
Can
structural
you hear 'em?
framing, headers,
Yeah.
foundations, you name it. We're going to be working through it. And yeah, I'm just excited to jump into it. It's been a little while. So with that, let's roll it.
I recommend watching this. Remember the trusses that you wanted to do?
Yeah.
Here you go. I'm gonna take me a little break. I'm gonna watch this with you. I haven't watched it yet, but this guy is basically trying to show you how to draw trusses.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you a pretty cool little story in about an hour. So we'll talk about lunchtime. Then we're gonna watch another video this afternoon.
All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome to episode 118 of BIM After Dark Live. Thank you for joining. If you're here live
After Dark
on this Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, depending on where you are in the world, my name is Jeff, also known as the Revit Kid. If you're not familiar with the show, it is a weekly
You
live
mind adding the captions?
in which I talk about Revit, BIM, and any really associated technologies to the advancement of digital models and construction. So today what we're going to be talking about is a continuation on a project called the North Wing. And for those of you who haven't been following along, make sure you check out the previous 117 episodes. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel here on YouTube and hit the notifications, because as much as I try to keep this a regular live stream, sometimes I may have to modify what nights we go live. I haven't been live in almost 2 months. So thank you for coming back. I see a bunch of returning folks here in the chat. I've been doing a lot of stuff outside of the live stream. Hosted a conference here in Connecticut called Niche BIM. If you didn't see that, head on over to nichebim.com and sign up for information on next year's. But it was an awesome in-person conference here in Connecticut. And then I also was traveling to AU 2024, Autodesk University, last week, 2 weeks ago, however long ago it was now, in San Diego, and spoke at 2 sessions there, and so on and so forth. So I was focused a lot on those events. And so last time we left off at episode 117, I was introducing you to a home edition that I am designing and building. And this season of BIM After Dark Live, we are going to be walking through the process. So we talked a little bit about the design process before. And even some twin motion and some presentation stuff. And now we're moving into the meat and potatoes, in which we're going to be doing documentation. We're going to be doing modeling of structures, MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, separate models there. Some documentation tips and tricks, and some of the GC side of it, some of the contractor side of it that I'm hoping to share with you guys. So I'm super excited about that. If you're here live, definitely keep an eye on the chat. Ask questions as you go along. I will do my best to see them as I'm going through the content and respond. That's one of the cool things about being live. With all of that being said, I think it's time to jump in. The first thing that we're going to do is I'm just going to give you a quick update on the North Wing and where this project is from 2 months ago or a month and a half ago. And then we'll start walking through things like how I approach foundation modeling, how I approach structural framing, headers, studs, not really studs, but we'll talk about why studs in a second. And then roof rafters, floor joists, and so on and so forth, and some of the tips and tricks along the way. Hey, Matthias, what's up, man? Charles, awesome, great. All right. So where is this project at? Let's look at it. So here's the structural, but we'll jump out to the overall building model here. And so you can start seeing, if you have been following along with this project, then you may notice some differences from before as I've been sort of refining the design, making it more practical, thinking about the fact that I'm going to be building a lot of this too, and my skill sets and how complicated some things want to be, but also how much it's going to cost. So trying to make things a little more practical, a little more constructible. So you start to see some minor tweaks along the way. You can see if I flip around here, still kind of deciding some things about the materials and so on. But one thing you'll notice is that this dormer shed is kind of more in line with the actual exterior wall. It's no longer offset. There's this larger front entrance porch. One thing with split level ranches, which is what this house is that the entrance is extremely awkward. And so one of the things that I was playing a lot with is how to make it something reasonable, give us this big porch, but also try to get it so that we can still enter at the current location, which is actually the stair landing. So this is kind of where the project is. If I flip through, I've also been pulling together sheets for a pricing set, and that'll be a different episode where we talk about sort of the process of GCing your own projects, whether you're an architect or not. So I'll just flip through a couple of sets of drawings. Here's the basement plans. Here's the first floor plans. Here's the roof plan. And then we jump into some of the sections and details. And then we jump into the structural drawings. So here's some of the structural drawings here. So that's kind of where the project is at. If I jump over to structural drawings, let's go back to the 3D views. We can talk about structure. So here we go, building framing. So today's episode, we're going to be focused specifically on structure. I'm not a structural engineer. I'm a licensed architect. And so my experience with structure is as an architect. So the structural engineers out there, bear with me as we go along with this. be kind as we go through it. But I think when it comes to this type of project, which is a small scale residential addition, a lot of times, as the architect, you are the engineer on a lot of these projects, right? Depending on your location, requirements, and so on and so forth. But a lot of times you are the engineer. And so doing things like modeling the structure, modeling the plumbing, modeling the electrical, and even some of the mechanical piping or ductwork and so on and so forth is extremely valuable. And sometimes it's what you do, right, as a residential architect. So my approach to structural framing has kind of, in this type of work, has kind of evolved a little bit over the years. So if you followed me and seen the first phase of this project, which is the actual studio that I'm in here, which I'll spin around to the other side, is this guy right here. You can see this is a previous phase. So if I move through it, you'll notice a couple things. So first, you'll see I actually have all the studs modeled, right, including the plates and sole plates. But then I also individually modeled the headers and the jack studs and all that stuff as part of kind of this individual modeling process, right? And so I basically I stick built it, right? I mean, I individually stick built it as needed, and so that's great. And honestly, it worked out fine, and I've got really no complaints with it, other than it obviously takes a little bit of time. And you kind of want to be pretty refined with your design before you start modeling studs, because the process of modifying those openings and so on and so forth is not easy. You're basically doing a beam system and moving it around, and so ideally you want to be more refined with it. And so as I've sort of evolved with some of these projects and what information I actually used from it, the studs was probably the least important of the information. Yes, it was helpful for materials and understanding length of studs and how many studs I needed and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, the really important things were the floor framing, the headers, right? The window and door headers, the roof framing, and then some of the more miscellaneous specialty framing, like maybe the rake and rim, or the rake, the fascia boards, all that good stuff. The more important structural elements. And then it's pretty easy to figure out a general idea of studs based on area, square footage, and so on and so forth. And so the weighing off the time it takes to model the studs and maintain them as well, versus the approach that I'm going to show you today, it's a pretty simple answer when you start to see it. And so let's start from the ground up, and we'll sort of work through how I approach this, and I'll show you some tips and tricks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the section box, and I'm going to work from the ground up, and let's just do first floor sort of thing here. So if we look at this lower level, hey Peter, Stacy, hello. We've got a lot of fun people here, a lot of people back that I recognized from before. So the one thing you'll notice is I don't have studs modeled, right? Actually, no, I'm going to move my head to this side for you guys. Sorry if I freaked you out there, but just so in case you wanted to see the whole project browser and so on and so forth. So one thing is you'll notice I do not have the studs modeled, right? I do have these plates modeled, right? The sill plates and whatnot. And that's, I'll tell you why I did that in a minute. But what you'll notice is that I don't have the studs modeled, but I do have the headers, the structural headers, and obviously the posts. So anything really structural modeled. Over here, you'll notice these are individually modeled as structural members, and I'll tell you why in a second. This is actually a family. And so the first thing I want to talk about today is I want to talk about this header family, because I think this is a huge efficiency improvement to before when I was stick building all the headers. And I will credit Alex Gore from F9 Productions, because this is started as his header family and I've modified it. And actually, Alex, if you see this in the future, I'll shoot you an email. I'll send you back this one because I know we were talking about adding some of these parameters in before. But what this header family does is, and there's lots of ways you can create this family. There's lots of things you can do with it. So this is not a one size fit all, but this is what kind of worked for me. So if I create similar, it's a face-based family. And so if I go, if I select place on work plane and I'll place it on basement level and I click and drag, okay, what you'll see is it's a line-based family, right? So I can push and pull it. Okay, and it's doing, it's expanding and contracting with it. There are some great things within this family where you can add a sill or get rid of a sill. So if you have a door, you just turn the sill off. You can add a number of king studs. So I can increase the king studs to, X, Y, and Z, whatever you need those king studs to be. But what's really cool about it is, and let me just make sure if I go to edit family, I'll show you a little bit what's going on the inside of this family, is if I look at this family now and I go to my elevations or sections, there's a section here. A couple things. First, it's got these members in here, and you can see I've got these X's modeled in. So when you cut this through a section, it actually does look like that. But I want you to pay attention to the distance between here and here, right? The distance, the beam, oops, the header depth. So if I go and I change the width of this, where's my length? If I change the length of this to 3 feet and click apply, look what happens to the header. Okay, let me zoom in a little more so you can see. Okay, so if I change actually let's do it via 3D view, because I think that'll be a more telling description for you guys. So there's section 1. I tile this. Okay, so let's take a look at this guy. Right, so if I scroll this forward, let's not do it that way. Let's change the length again. I change it to 8 feet. Click OK. Take a look at the beam right here. Click OK. You'll notice it rises up. So basically what's happening here is this header family is adjusting based on the length of your opening, right? The length of your opening. And so if I click into this guy and I zoom in, I'll give you a sense of what that formula looks like. It's actually pretty neat, and you guys can probably use this for lots of different things. Okay, so it's really just a set of if statements. Let me expand this a little bit. Okay, right here. So if the length is less than 3 feet, 3 foot 11 inches, then it's a 2 by 8. If the length is less than 5 foot 11 inches, then it's a 2 by 10. If the length is less than 7 foot, 11 and a quarter, and then all else 11 and 7/8. So it's not picking up everything, and I could make this extremely complex. But basically, what it's using is, if I go back into my project here on my structural sheets, let's go to sheets here. I'm still kind of getting used to having sheets and views separate, but I do kind of like that in 2025 if you guys haven't dealt with it. So if I go to my foundation plan, right, I have some notes right here. 0 to 311, 2 2x, 4 to 5, 2 2x10s, et cetera, and then 6 foot, so on and so forth. So basically I built that into this. So when I'm going around, the first thing I do is I can go in my floor plans. I don't even need to be in 3D, right? Here's my family here. I can just go around, click this guy, and just place it in all my openings, right? Right, so, and actually what I'll do is I'll place them out here and cut a section through it so you guys can see. So by doing that, you could see, turn this on, right? You could see here's my header families, and notice they're already adjusting based on it. So, and then within that, you could set the head height and the sill height, and there's a bunch of other stuff that we could do within that. But just like that, you can quickly go around your floor plan and start laying out the major header information, right? Jim asked if those are based on snow loads in your area. Yes, those are header. I live in Connecticut. This is for Connecticut. Those are my typical headers for what I would do in Connecticut for residential. So yes, your header size may be different. Your diagram may be different, but I wanted to show you the formula because the formula is actually, and maybe I'll post this in the description afterwards. What's cool about the formula is if you're trying to understand how do I show between 0 and 4 feet, and then 4 feet and 6 feet, and then 6 feet and 8 feet, how do I show that in formula? And so I even struggled with that for a minute because it's been a while since I've done that. And the way that you do it is, if I go back to that formula for you guys, is you actually don't worry about the in-between, because remember, it's an if statement. So it's looking for true and false, essentially, right? It's a Boolean. And so basically, if I scroll through this, so if the length is 3 foot is less than 3 foot 11, so basically between 0 and 3 foot 11, we're going to use 2 2x8s. That may be much, right? I think if it's even less, we could probably do 2x6, but whatever. That's going to be 2 2x8s, right? That's going to be our minimum. And then so then the next phase is going to be, okay, between 3 foot 11 and 5 foot 11, you would just say length less than, because remember, it's doing the conditional statements along the way, right? So 2x8. So you don't need a greater than or equal to. You don't need to have like this weird less than, or less than, greater than, etc. Because these are if statements that are conditionally going along the way. And so it's looking for if it's true, and if it's not true, it's moving on to the next statement. So then it's not true. Let's say it's more than 3 foot 11. Then it's going to say, okay, now what do I do? Okay, if it's less than 5 foot 11, I do this. If it's not less than 5 foot 11, I do the next thing, right? And so you're kind of going along. So that's, take it for what it's worth. But I think that's a super valuable lesson in family creation and how you can create something that essentially needs to be a greater than greater than or equal to, or between, right? Between 5 and 6 feet, I need this. Between 6 and 7 feet, I need this. Between 7 and 8 feet, I need this. If you just do the less than, if the length is less than 5 feet, and then if the length is less than 6 feet, you're giving 2 results for that. I'm not sure, Peter, I'm not sure what you're asking about intellectual property, but potentially, I guess, I don't know. Okay. So that's the header family. So what's cool about that is if I go back to my framing model, and you can see here's my header families here. And the reason I do the header families first is because it's the quickest way to see what you're dealing with as far as head heights and windows and how you want to approach them. If I delete these, you'll notice here I'm playing with the idea of having 3 individual windows instead of a larger opening, and where this could easily be a 6 foot opening with 3 windows. Let me get the section box tighter so I could adjust it for you guys. But because I quickly threw in these headers, you can start seeing how those headers are going to be impacted by the floor to floor height, right? This is the basement. So if I cut a section this way, whoops, let's go back a little bit. You can see, depending on what I do, I'm kind of limited with my space, and then you might have to sister the headers up. I did have this a little different. I had the windows taller at one point, and so I was kind of playing with that. Whereas over here, what you'll notice is I actually stick built this because there's not enough room for the headers. Let me jump this back. And so this header will be basically sistered up with the rim joist, right? So that's kind of what you're seeing in there. And then you're just seeing kind of stacked stuff there. So first sort of tip is this header family. Either create your own, or if you are interested in this family, but also this project and the template, I will say that you members of the BIM After Dark community, which is a private community for us Revit users looking to expand our knowledge. I'll show you right here is you do have complete access to this residential template. You can see it here, as well as that Revit family I've already shared in there. And then this sample file for this project will also be in there. So if you are interested in that, I know I'm going to get a question in the chat about it. If you're interested in the header family or that Revit template family, Revit template, then head over to community.bimafterdark.com and sign up. And coming out with me and a bunch of cool dudes and ladies in the chat there, in the community there. Okay, so headers first. Why did I put sill plates in there, even though I didn't do studs? I'll tell you why. Because if I go to my building sections here, oops, I wasn't showing it, sorry. If I go to my building section here, what you'll notice is these sections look pretty good, right? There's a lot of graphic information here, right? Well, normally you may be thinking, well, yeah, you put a whole bunch of detail items and a bunch of cool information. Well, check this out. If I was to just make a brand new section through this, okay? So I'm going to cut a brand new section right through the building. This is not duplicate with detailing, etc. I'm just going to go into it. I'm going to change the scale to, let's say, 1/2 inch for now. And now you'll notice if I zoom in, check this out. There's my sill. There's my header family, right? There's my plate, right? There's my sill. There's my header family. There's my plate. And then there's another plate there, right? So essentially, I'm doing two different things, right? I'm making it so that I have a better understanding of the design of this project, right? Once you put the headers in, even the sills can be helpful too, because if you put a double top plate or something, maybe you start to see what's happening with the dimension there. But I'm also making my sections and I don't have to worry about using detail items, right? So sills, probably not a huge value add as far as design, maybe not even for the GC side of being able to look at the length and so on and so forth. But damn, is it nice to be able to cut a section anywhere you want along this wall section. And you have a sill plate, you have a top plate, you have...
Nathan, you listening to that?
Yeah, I am.
That's what you need to have on your wall sections.
Yeah.
That's the important part for those enlarged wall sections, is where those plates are, where those headers are. Okay?
Wouldn't I have to go through and make a whole another file for structural and go add that and then link it in?
Theoretically, that would be, I mean, dude, A+. That's exactly right. And ironically, when we watch the next video, I mean, what you just said shows that you totally get how we are going to be splitting our files into the different disciplines. This guy doesn't understand that. In the next video, it would have actually solved a major problem he's got. What you would be doing is he's trying to model all that structure. You don't have to model all that structure, but your wall sections should look like his. You don't have to do it with always modeling, right? We can make detail components, okay? But
yeah,
watch what his sections look like, okay?
yeah, I'm definitely paying attention.
your headers, everything in there, and all you're doing is basically filling in, basically filling in the information. And actually, I'll show you real quickly if I hit the section template, you know, how quickly this thing turns just like that. Just by hitting it with one section template, you'll notice I didn't draw a single detail on this. Okay, this is all three-dimensional items. And honestly, you can probably get away with this as is, as a building section ready to go for this type of work, right? And so that's the whole point, right? It's it's twofold. It's how much do you need to model for the sake of understanding the design, for the sake of maybe the structural plans, but then also what can help you also develop your construction documents later on. So I can confidently cut a wall section basically anywhere on this edition and have essentially 90% of the thing graphically shown there, which I think is pretty cool, right? So that's pretty much the only reason why I have the sill and sill plates. Again, there's some nice things about trying to figure that out, but for the most part, that's basically why I have them there. Joe Buchek asks, would you be angry if the builder doesn't put everything exactly where? Not at all. Well, it depends, I guess. It depends on the importance of the structural integrity of that object, right? You know, when you'll see when we get to the roof and floor framing, obviously the field framing, what they do in between, there's flexibility to some extent, right? But maybe if there's a LVL or a strand beam or whatever, right, that there may be some important things that you want to maintain. But remember, in this case, I'm the GC, that I'll be hiring some trade partners to do other work within it. So for me, it's super helpful to work all this stuff out, right? Okay. So we talked about the headers. We talked about the, wrong building section there. We talked about the headers. We talked about the sills. Real quickly, I know this is something that maybe isn't super important to everybody here, but for the foundation, I know I get this question quite a bit. And there's actually a video I did like 15 years ago for step footing that still is gaining tons of traffic today, which is pretty cool. There's a lot of different approaches that you can take for a stepped footing. And so what you'll notice here is I have 4 different wall sections that are split with a strip footing that's been extended. Okay. So if I draw this over here, oh boy, where did I draw that? Let's try this again. Okay. So where's the top of this thing? Hold on. Top offset. Oh, what's going all the way up there? Let's do basement sill. Okay, there we go. All right, so I actually prefer this method. This is just my preference. There are different ways you can approach it. And so what does this mean? I just have 4 different walls, and then I have a strip footing, and then I change the offset of the footing, right? So the way you create this is, again, I'll split. So not split between. Try that again. We'll do a split. Don't delete the intersection. So SL for split. And I'm just going to split this a couple of places, right? So now I have 3 wall pieces. And whether you have levels or not doesn't really matter. Let's just do this. And then I'm just using a strip footing. So create similar. Place it here, 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 and here. And then I'm offsetting this footing by 1 foot, 1 to 2, whatever that ratio is. And you can see they clean up pretty nicely, right? So I'm just going to pull it. I'm being loose right now, but you get the idea. Okay. And so that's one way to quickly create a step footing, right? That's just kind of the way I like having these 3 different walls, because then each wall segment can also generate the information as far as on the left-hand side for the properties of base, offset. There's different properties within it. The other method you could use is you could have 1 wall. I'm going to do this here. So let's just do 1 wall, and you could modify the profile, right? So let's do this. And I could do like a 2 to 1. I'm just going to rough it for right now. Right, so I'm just modifying the profile and click finish. And then I could apply the footing, and you can see it does that. And then each of these footings should be adjustable. Well, maybe not. I thought there was a way to adjust the extents, but maybe there's not. So a couple different ways you can approach it. Like I said, I'm a pretty big fan of the splitting the wall. I like having each wall being individual, so then I can also register the information here. Like for example, 4 foot 6 3/4 is the unconnected height. This one is 5 foot 6 3/4. This one is 6 foot 2 3/4. If you do an edited profile, then it's going to just give you the biggest extents for where the constraints are on that wall, which may not be the best when you're looking at sort of downstream use of the model and so on and so forth. Okay. So that's the foundation. I don't think I need to talk about the sonotubes. Those are just simple concrete round columns. You could, I guess, use footing family too. It doesn't really make a huge difference there. And I do also have, and actually maybe I should show that too, because you might be interested in that. There's a thickened slab under this bearing wall in the middle here. And so this is also something that you can take a couple different approaches to. You can see here is I'm actually using a floor, and then a thicker floor. And then I use the slab edge to do this haunching. You can make the whole thing with a slab edge and have 2 slabs. You could do some form of a foundation or a footing. Honestly, there's many different ways you can approach it. I like this one because graphically it showed really nice in the structural foundation plans, because you just have that line that you could use. Let me get out of here. So you can see that line that you could use from the 2 slab edges that represent sort of that haunch slab. But that's really completely up to what you guys want to do. There's plenty of ways to sort of approach that. I think I could also have used some form of a footing family and maybe even attach it to the bearing wall, which may not be that bad of an idea. Modify some form of a strip footing family. So hey, if anyone else has any ideas on how they approach this, I'd love to hear it. But that's kind of how I approached it for this particular project. So we've talked about the header family real quick. We've talked about the footers, or the footings, and the foundation walls. And so now we're going to jump into some of the wood framing and how you would go from taking an architectural model that just has walls, floors, and roofs, and creating a model that you saw before, which looks like the stick-built families. Before we do that, I did want to take a quick moment to recognize our sponsor for this season of BIM After Dark Live, which is RevitFamily.biz. So I'm going to roll the ad reel real quick, and then we'll talk about it and then jump right back into it. So RevitFamily.biz, if you guys have watched this channel for a while, you may be familiar with some of the content. Brenton Weiberg has been a guest on the show. But what you're going to see throughout the creation of this particular project is that I, in my template and in my projects, I use his cabinets, I use his doors, and I will be using his electrical families, all from RevitFamily.biz. Some incredible content, especially content for residential Revit architects and designers. And so if you're interested in checking it out, head on over to revitfamily.biz, use offer code 20 RevitKid24. I'll put this in the description as well, and you'll save 20% off of anything. And so in future episodes, you will start to see some of these families in action, but they are great families for what we do. And Brenton is an awesome supporter of the show. So thank you guys. Thank you, Brenton, for supporting this series. Okay. So now let's jump into our framing stuff, our good old framing. Also, one thing I will show you, which I think is kind of nice when it comes to this type of work, which is small scale residential, is and I always kind of have diagrams if you guys have seen my previous ones, but I like this approach to diagramming. And again, I think I'll thank Alex Gore for this one. I feel like he might have shown something similar. But basically, I have a 3D axon of the plan that you're looking at. This one I did 2 views because I wanted to make sure you can see the front and back of this step. But you basically have the floor plan here with information, and then you have this 3D axon on both sides. Oh, looks like people are using the families there. So awesome. Yes, I will be using the electrical families in an episode to show the electrical rundown. They are phenomenal because they are built with the purpose of both 3D and documentation. So they're awesome for that. Anyways, sorry. I think that was, who was that? Lobo ZX. All right. So this is something that I do a lot with, and you notice if I went through my set, is adding 3D views is extremely valuable. You have the model here, and I'll talk about when it comes to the GC side with the bidding and getting information to contractors. Not only do I do this, but I'm also using a form of being able to share the actual model with them so that they can see and understand the work better. And so if I go to the first floor framing, what you'll notice is same idea, right? We have now just the first floor framing showing, and then we have the actual first floor framing plan here with the information. Okay. So let's jump to the 3D view for this first floor framing. And we'll talk about how I approach this. And I'll actually just slide up so we're only seeing first floor. Okay. It might get a little convoluted because of some of the lower roofs, but we'll just do this. Here we go. So you can see here's the header families here, right? You can see that guy there. There's another header family here, another header family here, another header family here. I've got my my sill plates, my top plates, all that good stuff. But then if you just look at the fields, these are just simply beam systems. So anyone who's not familiar with beam systems, I'm going to show you real quickly how to make them. But they make life a lot, they make life very easy. And so how this works is I would go up to structure up here in the top here, and I go to beam system. Of course, you need to have your joist families loaded in, and I'll talk about my joist families and how I've modified them. And then it's as simple as just drawing a sketch. I usually have, essentially what I'll do is I'll have a floor initially. Here, let me just draw this first, and then we'll get into that. So I'm going to do the beam direction here. And then on left-hand side, it's real simple. You can choose what kind of beams you want or joists you want. And so you can see I'm going to use dimensional lumber. Let's say the 2x8s, right? 2x8s. They're going to be at 1 foot 4 inches on center. And then I'm going to click finish. And then, of course, I didn't have those on the right working plane. So let's try that again. I had those set to the basement. So let me set those to first floor and click finish. And you can see here's our beam systems. And so ideally you want to maintain the system as long as humanly possible. But you can also break away from the system as well. But what I wanted to show you before I sort of break away from the system and show you how I do things like the bridging and some of the other stuff around the edges, is there's another thing that I've done to these families, which I've talked about in other videos, is if I was to, again, cut a section. So if I go back to my floor plan. Okay, so if I was to cut a fresh section in this direction and go into it, what you'll notice is, let's change the scale to 3/4 inch. I zoom in. These are our beams. So, and you may have seen this video on my channel. If not, now you're seeing what I do here, so here's my floor. Okay. So here's my finished floor. Here's my subfloor. And then here is my, my beam system. So when I initially created, I actually have a couple different floors in the template. So if I pull down here, I do have floors that have the structure as their thickness. And that's usually where I start, right? Which is your typical, if I click this, right, it's got the floor, it's got the subfloor, it's got everything in there. Before I build my beams, I transition to a subfloor and flooring model, where I have two different floors. Sometimes it's the same, but usually because this has a bathroom and wood flooring and stuff, I actually keep it separate. And then from there, you can either host your beams to your beam system to your level, or once you flip it to a subfloor model, and this is for the roof sheathing as well, you can also host it to the sheathing, the underside of sheathing, which helps because, especially on roofs, we'll talk about that in a second. But you'll notice as I cut a section, right, and then if I flip to my section view template, it gets even better. There you go. You can see now I've actually got all these beams. These are real beams. These are not detail items. So not only am I able to sort of figure out and create a structural framing plan, I'm also able to, figure out, I don't know, how I want to structurally design this building. But also I'm able to make my sections, pretty much in one click, which is pretty awesome, right? And so let's go back to the framing model here, and I'll talk about a little bit how you want to get to intermediate pieces and so on and so forth. And so this is pretty easy, and you could do this and probably get 90% of your flooring modeled, flooring structure modeled this way, right? But let's just say you have an opening in it, or maybe you want to do the rim joist or so on and so forth. What's kind of cool about this is, and you could simply go to structure and draw a beam, and do exactly, oops, that is not a beam, that's my header family. You can go to beam, you can flip to, your 2x6 or whatever it is, and you can kind of draw them in there as long as it's right. So you could do that as well. But what's nice about when you use a beam system, let's say there's an opening here, you can also, and the reason I sort of do this is because if you'll see what I'm doing on a roof, it's using the host of the beam system. So if you have it hosted to a reference plane or a roof or something obscure, now you have something where if I copy this, right, I'm able to copy this beam. It's not locked to the system anymore, but it's hosted to the same host as the system. So now I can rotate it 90 degrees, right? I can rotate it 45 degrees. I can do whatever I need to do. And then I can take the beam system if I want to too, and I can split it. I can unpin it and split it, and I can do things like, make openings in my beam. I can double them up. So let's just quickly make an opening here. Let's just say this is an opening, right? Which opening's probably gonna have double. So I'm just using copy.
Any questions, buddy?
No. I'm not.
Are you learning anything?
Yes.
Are you understanding anything?
Yes, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I really enjoy the way that he's kind of what he called it, stick building it.
Uh-huh.
I really enjoy that way of drawing. My only problem now is understanding how things are actually built in order for me to do this.
Absolutely. Now, you see, the neat thing is typically as a draftsman, right? As a drafter, I think you called yourself. We don't think about it to this level. Do you know why he's thinking about it to this level?
Why is that?
Because he's going to build it.
True.
Because he's going to build it.
Yeah.
See, that's what caused me to think about things the way that I do is when I started constructing and I renovated my house, the same kind of mentality. And I'd like to think that I have a very lot in common with this guy. It's really neat because the next video that I'm going to show you, he's going to cover something that's brand new, breaking idea. Okay.
All right.
That I was doing 10 years ago. Okay. And I've got the file to show you. I'm going to show you the file that says, look, this is what I was doing, and here's what he's doing wrong. So even though this guy is what I would definitely call the resident expert, he is very smart. He communicates well. He really thinks about things. He can improve his process. So if that's true, what does it mean I can do? I can improve my process as well.
I think that goes for almost everybody, to be honest.
Well, it does, which is why I came up with Rogue, user evolution. No user is at the point where they're doing everything perfect, exactly right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
So that's where you, as a person who's just entering it, I need you to understand. If you don't build all of this stuff with this 3D objects, that's not what matters. What matters is you want to make sure the guy who's coming to build your house puts the proper size headers above the windows. Why? Why do you need to put a proper size header above that window?
Cost and efficiency.
No, if that header's not big enough, then that wall's going to sag, and then that window, maybe it's not going to break, but maybe it's not going to operate. Maybe you won't be able to open it up after about 5 years because that header sagged a little bit and the window got distorted and it's no longer square. Therefore, that window no longer opens. You with me?
Yeah.
So what we have to do is he's taking things that were typically all of what he's talking about here, 98% of the world is drafting. It's just drafting, saying, I've got a double top plate. I've got a single treated bottom plate, right? Why is the bottom plate treated?
Yeah.
Because it's going against the concrete. It's going to be exposed to moisture. So you don't want to use a piece of standard 2x4. You want to use a treated piece of lumber so that it doesn't rot out at the bottom of your wall. Okay, because now you could build the house and you could build it with an untreated piece of lumber at the bottom of the wall. No one's going to know for the first 15 years, but what's going to happen after 15 years? That bottom sill plate's going to rot out. And now you're going to have to do very expensive work to replace that bottom sill plate so your wall doesn't fail. But that's in 15 years. Do you think Mulvaney or Ryan or any of those home builders give a damn what happens in 15 years?
No. They
So
don't care.
what is your protection? Your protection is the architectural drawing that said that was supposed to be a treated lumber. So guess what happens in 15 years when you find out they didn't use treated lumber? You now have a drawing to go back to Ryan Homes and say, you didn't put treated lumber down here. You're fixing the wall, not me. You're paying to fix it, not me. Because after all, most of what drawings are used for is CYA, covering your ass, putting someone else responsible. See,
Yeah.
if he told you you needed to use a 2x10, a double 2x10 above that window, and in 10 years from now, the building shifts a little bit and settles out, and all of a sudden that window stops working, and you start removing the gypsum board from the inside and find out they didn't use a 2x10 above those windows. They only used a 2x6. Now you have a course of action to sue them in a court of law and say, you need to pay for fixing this window because you didn't build what we told you to build. That's the reason we made wall sections. Make sense?
Yeah.
Because I know right now you're still of this frame of mind where, why am I drawing these wall sections? What is this actually for? It's to protect you.
Yeah.
It's to make sure that George or whoever comes out builds it the way you want it or code wants it to be built.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, as I said, what he's showing you, this is what gives you that additional experience that I told you qualified for, because most people are drafting those wall sections and never even dream of what this guy is doing. Now, the only reason this guy chose to approach it this way is one, because he's got this neat BIM channel, and two, because he's actually going to construct the building. It's why Misty and I, when we're getting prepared for our presentations for our two house editions that we're doing, my house and her house edition, because we're thinking about how everything's going to be constructed, and we're going to actually model it to help us to see how to put it together, to visualize it. Now, most engineers and architects, they've been trained to know, he showed you that one little schedule that said, if the opening is this size, you got to use a 2x8. And if it's this size, you got to use a 2x10. And if it's this size, you got to do a 2x12. Usually most people, all they would do is put that note on their drawing. And then it's the contractor's responsibility to measure the size of the window and put that in there. Now, he's doing this so he can figure out what his head height needs to be and what his ceiling heights are going to be and how that all works together. Okay?
Yeah.
This is the new way of doing things. Understand? Like I said, less than 10% of the BIM people out there are going to be doing this sophisticated. I want you to be one of those 10%.
I want to do that. The way he's stick building right now, I love that idea.
Well,
so
that's good.
All it takes is me to learn like how those things are built. Once I can understand how structure is built, then I can kind of take it from there, and I'll definitely.
See, that's the beautiful part. That's the beautiful part, Nathan, is typically that engineer would have to sketch out all that stuff for you. What you have the ability to do is to actually build it, show it to your engineer, and your engineer can do what I did with Misty this morning. No. What we're going to do is we're going to change this seat. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. And you have an easier line of communication with those people who know how to do it. If you show them what you think, and then they can say, no, do it like this. And you can rapidly make the change that they're talking about.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to learn quicker than anybody else. The average person might be drafting details for 10 years before they start having light bulbs go off saying, oh, this is what I need to do in this condition. And this is what it might only take you 6 months, 10 months to do that.
Right.
Because everything becomes so visual, because everything is there in twin motion. And they're like, oh, yeah, you drew all of that right, but you forgot you didn't put any diagonal bracing in. And you're like, I don't know what the hell diagonal bracing is. They explain it to you, and you're like, well, I'll put diagonal bracing in all my models from now on, now that I know what it is.
Exactly. And I think that's what I'm most excited about, that, like, that those realizations, and then being able to add it into future models. I think that consistency excites me. I don't know, like,
these techniques are extremely advanced. So
yeah.
If you haven't noticed, there's only one guy that I put higher than this guy, and that's Paul Aubin. And then there's another.
You cut out, Brian. I can't hear you. Hello?
I hear you, Nathan. I don't know where Brian went, but he did cut out.
Yeah. We can't hear you right now, Brian.
I hit my mute. I accidentally hit my mute button.
Oh,
I'm
you're
sorry.
Good. No, you're good.
All good.
What I was going to say is this guy is the second and number one person in the country in my mind. The only guy above him is a fellow named Paul Aubin, who's written, like, I don't know, 15, 20 books on how to do Revit. He's been around for much longer. He's older than this fella and much more experienced. Plus, he worked for Autodesk. And then there's one other guy that he's as good as this guy, but he's hard to understand because he's got a little bit of an accent.
I think I already know who you're talking about. Balkan.
Right. If you can get through his accent, he's as intelligent as this guy. But those three people right there, I recommend that you subscribe to their channels and try to watch their videos as they come out. Okay?
Yeah.
Where's my notepad?
And I'll show you more information whenever we wrap this up. It looks like what we got, about another 20 minutes. If you don't mind continuing to watch it, I'll just continue to play it, okay?
No, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, what was that first guy's name? You said Paul something?
Paul Aubin.
Yeah.
And I'll be glad to do, we can do a little bit of a research on our stream while we're, streaming, so that other people can find them. There was one other guy that was really good years ago, but then he found ways to make big money, and he just stopped being so much an assistance to the community and basically just made good cash. And the neat part is that fellow's from South Park here in Charlotte. Okay. So we will do a little bit of a session before we wrap up this week, so I can show you those people, so you don't have to just be a student of me, because I don't think that's a wise idea to just have one input. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and keep playing this and take my little bit of a 20-minute break, and then we'll boil down.
All right.
I'm just copying it. Same thing here. So I'm taking this pin beam, I'm copying it over, taking this pin beam, I'm copying it over. And just like that, right, we have an opening. Okay, so that's kind of why I like this approach. And you'll see when we do the roof, especially, because now I've still got my beam system, right? I'm still flexible to that extent, but now I have objects that are hosted to the same host as the beam system. It just makes it easy to quickly run through and do things like I just showed you, where you sort of split around and make an opening there. Same goes for the rim joists, the rim boards, whatever you want to call them, and so on and so forth. And so with that, all I'm doing is I'm simply just modeling a couple beam systems. Right, so this is 2 beam systems because I have a bearing wall and they're kind of overlapping and cantilevering through. And then the bridging. So this is one of those things where I'm showing it as 2x bridging. It probably will end up being some sort of metal strapping. I don't actually know exactly what we're going to do for bridging yet. But one of the things I wanted to do was just kind of show it, especially on the bearing wall, because that's something that I wanted there. And the bridging is exactly what you see here. There's other approaches you could try and take with joining and seeing how the geometry works there. But really, it was just a matter of, that was just a simple copy, whatever. One thing that I will say, though, for anyone who's just maybe starting and getting used to using beams in Revit, a nice little tip I'll give you guys is whatever you do, try your best to utilize the blue dot for dragging your beams. This might burn you here and there because it's locking to things, and so sometimes it'll get off skew. But I promise you, the second that you start messing with the arrow to do something, and I'll show you exactly why. So if I notice how there's a blue dot and there's an arrow, hopefully you guys can see that right at the end here. Okay. If I move the arrow, so I'm going to try my best to move the arrow here. So if I move the arrow to here, graphically, this looks fine, right? But you'll notice how there's a blue dot out here and there's arrows back there, right? That's called an extension. And so if I look over here, you can see end extension is 11 3/4. That thing, if you copy this beam around the project and you start messing with it, this thing will destroy you. Because you'll notice if I pull the extension, watch what happens. This goes with it, but then I go like that. And you're fighting between the actual point, which is the framing end of the component, and the geometry extension, right? And so the extension exists for a reason, for things like coping and other stuff like that. But as much as possible, I urge you to try and keep your extensions to 0 and try your best to move beams using the dot and not the arrows. Okay. Actually, Matthias just asked kind of, when do you use the arrow? Yeah, the arrow is used for very specific things, like you said, like if you want to do cut length or coping and stuff like that. I think that's kind of where it comes into play. But even that, you can use via properties instead of grabbing it. But as much as possible, you want to try, because like I said, the second you do this and you pull it via the arrow and you have, like, say, a dot there, it'll chase you around the building and it'll just drive you nuts, right? Because again, if you do this, then you're like, oh my God, why is that going there? And why is this going there? And it really just, it's take it from me. That's what you want to do. You want to try your best to use the dot, not the arrow, when you're moving. Yeah, the working point, whatever you want to call it. I think it actually says in Revit, if you're looking at it, it calls it the component end, the framing component end. But yeah. There's no way to turn the arrows off. That's just a built-in function of Revit. You can tab, though, right? So using the tab key, you'll notice I can tab. There's the dot, there's the arrow, there's this. You can kind of, especially when they're overlapped. So here you'll see it's joining with that and it's pulling it back. That's fine. If you're out of it, it's going to align. If you want to make sure you're selecting the right thing, I'm tabbing between. And you can see on the bottom left, it's showing between 2 different things. So tab is the way you want to make sure you don't select either or. Okay. So floor framing is easy, honestly, right? You can use a work plane, you can use a floor, and you basically are just drawing at X, Y, and Z spacing. Here's my stuff, and then you're kind of framing it along. It makes it, honestly, it's probably the easiest thing you can do because it's flat, it's simple, it's straightforward, right? Of course, Joe said, yeah, that thing is, whew. I can tell you right now on the sill plates, for example, that actually got me a couple times even on this project. I think you can see here. Yeah, this one, look at that. I even have it screwed up on this one. And I must not have fixed this one. Notice the extension ends. So basically what I do is, so this one has extension ends that were expanded. I'll click this thing back to 0 and 0. And then I'll make sure I take the point or the dot, control point, whatever you want to call it, and I'll extend that to where we want to go. And you'll see it just even controls better on the ends there. So I did that with these. You can see this is what happens when you copy it along. I actually have these sill plates screwed up from the lower level. Okay. So now let's talk about roofs. Okay, so roofs. Good old roofs. I'm going to get rid of this guy. So roofs are similar to floors, right? But obviously the the challenge is they're slanted most of the time, right? And so it seems daunting in Revit because, beam systems are flat. They're worked on. If you've ever dealt with them, you dealt with them like I showed you there. But roofs are on an angle, they're sloped, and how do you make it work? And so my approach is similar to floors in the sense that I start with an actual roof, and then I take two different approaches depending on the project and what I want to do. And so if I turn roofs back on here, so let's do this. Let's turn roofs on, and I'm going to move it out to here. So I'm going to take these three. I'll do the simple roof here. So these are actually two roofs because of the way I modeled it. So let me grab the roofs. I'm going to move them out here. We're going to kind of do this thing from scratch or not. Let's try that again. Roof. What? I probably should have read that error, huh? Oh, I didn't copy the skylights. Okay, so here's my two roof families, right? Or my roof system families, whatever you want to call them. Okay, so you can take two approaches when it comes to now modeling the structure. Notice I use a roof that has a 2x8 built into it, right? So if I go to the structure of this and I go to expand, you can see it's a 7 1/4, 3/4, 1/4 inch, whatever, right? So it's got the whole sandwich in there. And a lot of times, which is what I did on this project too, is I will actually leave the roof like that for the sake of the elevations and graphically being able to turn off the rafters as needed. Because the one thing I'll tell you with roof rafters is coping and bird and getting the plumb cuts and everything is a nightmare, right? And depending on what you're doing, it may not be necessary to get the full value out of modeling the roof. And so if I use the roof object and keep the thickness, I can turn off the structural framing in certain views, like elevation views if I want to, and utilize the 2-cut plumb, the fascia, all the stuff that's great with the roof tool. But then I can take advantage of the structural drawings and the diagrams and the section cuts having the actual roof in them. And so the only sort of negative to this, using it this way, is that you're being forced to host the beam system to the top of the roof and then use an offset to get it to the bottom of the sheathing. If I was to use a roof type that is just the sheathing only, so you see I have sheathing only ones here. So if I click sheathing only, now I can actually host to the bottom of this and not have to do an offset. Okay, so let's just first do the offset and then I'll show you without it just so you can get a sense of it. So once you have your roof designed, or maybe it changes, it's okay if it does, but once you have it generally designed, then it makes the beam system part of the roof super easy to do. So if I go over to structure, just like I did with the floor, I go to beam system, right? The difference is when I set my work plane, which is up here, right? Click set work plane. I'm not going to use first floor. I'm not going to use roof. I'm not going to use a level. I'm going to pick my plane, which is this option down here. I'm going to click OK. And now I'm going to pick the top of this roof. Okay, so now I'm working on the top of this roof. That is my sketch plane. And now there's different ways you could sketch it. I'm just going to quickly tab around the edges here, set my beam direction that way. We're going to say 2x8 dimensional for 1'4", click finish. And now you can see we have our structure. Okay. Of course, it's actually going off of the asphalt or the asphalt shingles, right? It's going off of the top layer. So if I zoom in there, you can see.
I definitely don't recommend that technique. If you remember, I told you when you make a beam system, we always have to have the girders and the perimeter beams drawn in there as well. Okay, that idea of hosting that to a work plane is a terrible idea.
All right.
There's that little gap there. So this is kind of where it's a little bit of a downfall, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. This is kind of how I approach it anyways. So if you know the thickness of your sheathing and shingle layer, so for this project, for this one, it's a 1 inch. what you can do is you can select your beam system. I'm sorry, you have to select the beams within the system. So you have to actually select the the joists within the system. And unfortunately, there's no way to, similar to like, which would be kind of cool. So like when you have curtain systems, if you right click a mullion, you can say select all mullions on host. For some reason, beam systems aren't that way. It would be really cool if you just say select all beams within the system. Maybe there's a way, I don't know, but I've been using Revit for a while and I didn't see. So I'm just going to drag select, go to.
There is a way. It's using the tab. You just have to tab on the beam system, and that will select the components.
Filter and select my framing. Okay, you don't need to unpin them. They stay part of the beam system, but you can change their Z offset right here. Okay, so I'm going to change that to -1 inch. Click apply. And now if I go in 3D, you can see. So now they're actually, even though they're hosted to the top, and hopefully you can see that double dashed line that's coming up, they're hosted to the top, but they're offset the thickness of my structure. So now I have the ability to show the roof if I need to, but then I also have the ability to show the framing if I need to. And because it's hosted to this, right? If I change the pitch of this roof, you'll see what happens, right? They're adjusting to it. The sketch didn't adjust to it because I didn't lock the edge of it. I would probably have to lock the edge of it, but that's an easy fix. But what you'll notice is that now it's actually flexing, right? It's flexing to the pitch. So it's hosted to the pitch of this roof, which makes it super easy to then use that as your object. Right? Obviously, if you delete the roof, guess what? You're screwed, right? Right? You have to remake your beam system, or you select your beam system and you have to rehost it to the new roof. Okay. If you were to do the sheathing only method, so if I go to, this is just metal roof and sheathing. Let me move this up so it's along the way. And I do see there's a couple questions. I'll get to those in a second, guys. So this is now, you can see this is just the metal seam and sheathing layer. Then you could just do a beam system and you could host it to the bottom. So I can pick plane to the bottom of this roof. Do the same thing, tab, go around, do that thing, click finish. And now I don't have to do an offset, right? Because now it's to the bottom. But now you have to model the fascia and the eaves and the rakes and all that stuff. And so you'll notice over here, right, I'm using the roof element. Actually, let me go to 3D, the architectural view. You notice over here, I'm using that roof element to help with my elevations, right? Because now I have a fascia here. You can see I have a fascia here. I have a gutter here. I have this stuff going around here. It's a fascia, it's a gutter, right? So on and so forth. So then I could just turn off these framing, even though you can see it here. I could turn off the framing in these views, and I don't have to worry about trying.
What did he do wrong there, guys, with that fascia?
He didn't miter it. Well,
he kept it continuous.
In
other words, the eave and the rake. You know what I mean by that?
No.
The one that's straight and the one that's at an angle, he kept that continuous. If he really started doing detailing, he would find out that's a terrible idea. To be quite honest with you, we could show him how we did that fascia, and he would be like, wow, that's really cool. Ironically, that's sort of what he does in that next video that we're going to watch this afternoon, is exactly that thing. He invited a guy on to teach him how to better do these base trim and crown molding. Okay. See, so even though he's one of the resident experts, there's just so many fields that he hasn't touched. He hasn't done a lot with plumbing, mechanical, and structural. Super strong in architectural, but it's only been the last couple years that he really started getting his feet wet in those other disciplines, which is where I think the big problem is in Revit, which is why I've been trying to teach you guys multidisciplinary, so that you know the different types of Revit: Revit architecture, Revit structure, and Revit mechanical. Okay?
Yeah.
But I wanted you to see that you guys tried to do the exact same thing with the fascia. 99% of the people are going to do that thing with the fascia. But did you see how well yours worked to make that rake end condition so that you can determine how you want to return that fascia at the end?
Yeah.
He doesn't have that capability with what he's done. So you've actually done it more advanced than this guy who's pretty smart. Does that make sense? You struggled with it at first, didn't you, Tyler? Remember doing the fascia?
I struggled with it too.
Yeah. Well, what I want you to challenge yourself is you got to build more of those conditions, and then you'll really start to see the real power of doing that fascia. But that fascia, now, the reason that I came up with the idea is doing those as two different kinds of fascia is because if you went back to drawings from 50 years ago, back on the old paper drawings,
yeah,
guess what they would always do? They would always do a rake end fascia and a soffit end fascia detail because they had to describe to build them two different ways. And that was when I was like, maybe I should have two different fascia types, one for the rakes and one for the soffits. And that was when I was like, okay, the more you think about it, how it's actually constructed, the more you'll acclimate yourself to using Revit. Okay. At the end of the day, you should really be thinking, well, how would my dad build it with a hammer and wood? And guess what? You would end up getting a different fascia for the one that's on that low soffit and a different one for that one that's on that rake end, simply because the height of it's going to be different. One might be a 1x8 and one might be a 1x6, depending on what type of trusses or roof rafters or what you're going to use. But the gist of it is, he was thinking Revit, click, 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 click. As many clicks as I can go, right? Haven't you learned already? That's a lot of times when I'm trying to show you something, you're clicking faster than me and you skip right past. You're walking past opportunities on how to build your model better, because if your only drive is speed, which I worry sometimes, Nathan, I want you to be that fast clicking, grind it out. But I also want you to make sure that when there's a window that pops up, you check all your options before you hit OK. It's not a game how fast you can hit the OK button, but do you understand what it just asked you before you hit OK? Right?
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cute because we just worked on those fascias last week. And that would be something that if I was on a show, and it's sort of like, I don't want to insult him, but I'd like to review this to show him where he could actually even improve a lot of his processes. One of those being is, you know how he made that thing for the windows and the doors, that little framing object?
Yeah. With
Jaffe's help and that Rhino inside, I actually convert doors to those families without ever actually putting any of those in. Because you got to remember, this guy's working on small projects. And to me, the goal is, how can you do that on a big project so that one man can do the work of 14 people? Because at the end of the day, I will tell you, it's pretty lucrative when one person can do the work of many. And that's what I was sold. When they came to me and they said, Brian, do you want to spend $6,000 to buy this Revit? I was like, $6,000. I had 5 kids. That was a lot of money to me. I could have used that $6,000 in a lot of different ways. But what was sold to me was, with Revit, I could do more in less time with less people and less effort. And that sounded great. Where that breaks down in the real world is, If you're not being compensated to do more in less time, are you going to be motivated if you're not being compensated?
No.
That's kind of
Well,
like you were talking about to me when I first talked to you about BIM. If you're not getting rewarded for being faster, what would make you even want to be faster? Why not just get your 40 hours and then go
Well,
home and not give a shit what gets done?
That's the fatal flaw that I see. That is the fatal flaw that Revit took, was the Revit users out there, the Revit industry. They throw more people at it instead of saying, you know, Nathan, if you could figure out a way to do that whole building so I don't have to bring Tyler on, I'll pay you as much as I'd pay you and Tyler. And
or even like, let's say that you got two guys that's making $75K a year versus having one guy making $120K a year. Kind of like the same concept.
Yeah.
You can save them money, but you would make more for yourself and you'd get more.
Well, you not only save them money, but remember the casino job, that money wasn't even the real importance, was it? It was all about time.
Time.
So is it going to be quicker to have two people working on a job or one person on the job? If that one person is getting paid to be faster, it's actually quicker. It's actually harder to coordinate, to send the email. Hey, Nathan, I'm doing this. Hey, Tyler, I'm doing this. We got to get our two files to go together. We've got to communicate so we're on the same page. Unless you're schizophrenic, I think you're on the same page with yourself most of the time.
Yeah.
You like that, didn't you?
That was awesome.
All right, so let's finish this guy out, and then we'll talk a little bit, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do for the afternoon.
Trying to do that cutting of the gable ends and the coping and all that good stuff. Oh, no beam systems for LT. Yeah, sorry, Revit Lite users. If you're a Revit LT user, I guess you can't do this. So I'm not really sure. Because I don't even know if you can model a structure like a beam itself, or is beams available but not beam systems, because that'd be really goofy. But sorry about that. Okay, so then when it comes to roofs, let me go back to you. Sorry, let me jump around here. Okay. So as you can see now it makes it pretty easy to actually model, roofs along this edge here. If you want to talk about these rake or gable, whatever you want to call these at this point, because it's kind of like a false one, but you can actually see what I did with this is it's actually a beam system in the other direction. So let's just pretend that we want to go with our outriggers to the eave here, the rake here, whatever you want to call it. I can do the same thing. I can do a beam system. I can set it to this guy, right? So now it's working on it. I can do a quick sketch to wherever this needs to be, but instead I'm going to do a beam direction in this direction, right? Click finish. You can see there's my little boards, and then obviously I could select those and do a 1-inch offset. And just like the other ones, right, these are also still hosted to the roof, right? See what they're doing there? They're kind of moving the roof. So as long as you do that and you maintain that host, you have the ability to build this stuff within it. Somebody's mentioned some of the terms there. When it comes to framing, I've worked with enough contractors in my life now to know that there's just so many names for everything. So I apologize if you get offended by what I'm calling some of these framing elements. So now you can see you could quickly build this in, and similar to the floor, right? I can now take one of these pieces if I wanted to, and I can copy it along here, and I believe it'll maintain. Yeah, see, it still maintains the host, right? So now I can copy this if I needed a double. And this is the part that's really cool about instead of modeling a beam individually, if I use copy. So let's say we put an opening in here. So I'm just going to do a copy, and I'll do copy it over, right? I'll unpin this so I can split it. You can't split it unless you unpin it, which means it's not part of the system, but you get it. Grab my dot, not my arrows. Okay. And now watch this. If I copy this guy and rotate it 90 degrees, right, it's still hosted. I'm using the arrow too. Don't forget the arrow. I mean the dot, not the arrow. It's still hosted. And again, I'm just using copies and rotates here. Okay, so I'm not going to be perfect because we're live now. I'll copy these two down. Right, so look at that. I just made a quick framed opening. Okay, but again, because I copied it from the bean system, look at this. It's flexing with it. See that? Right, and so because you start with this host and everything's hosted to the roof edge, it makes it super simple to be able to make things like openings and double studs and ridges and ledgers and whatever we want to talk about from there. Okay, and last but not least, and I will check your questions in 1 second, is if you're dealing with things like valleys and whatnot. Okay, so I believe I have my valley over here, which I actually didn't model the roof there, but let's just do a different valley. So we'll just it's really just a matter of modifying the sketch, right? So if I go to the sketch here, let's just pretend that there's a valley, I don't know, like that, right? So your sketch is going to follow that, and then guess what? On your valley side, you're just going to host it. You're just going to host it to the valley, right? So, or to the other part. So let me put a quick roof in here. I know I'm going fast, but it's just because I want to. All right. Give me the roof. Come on. Roof by footprint. Oh, I don't know what I'm set to for work plane. Let's try this again. Let's set it to roof. And we'll do a quick roof like this. Turn these off. Of course, why would it line up? Okay. So as you can see, we've got ourselves a little valley going on here. We can talk about how you want, modeling roofs at another time, but this valley is intersecting this, so we can join it if we want and see where that line is. You can see there's the line there. But really all you would do is you would create a beam system, just like we did before, set it to this would be the underside, right? Set it to the underside of this, and you would essentially just sketch only that triangle piece, right? So I'm going to do something like this. And I think that should be good. Oh, let's just do that for now. Click finish. And you can see now you're able to sort of model this. And remember, because you're hosting it to this, if I pull this down, the length is going to screw up because I didn't lock anything. If you lock it, it'll work fine. But you can see what it's doing is it's flexing and moving along with it, right? So that when you start understanding that concept, with floors, I would suggest you probably want to host to a work plane or a level, I should say, because it's flat. That's what it's going to be. If you wanted to, you can use underside of sheathing, but it doesn't really make a huge difference because you're flat. With roofs, that's the key, right? It's utilizing the roof as your work plane, but remembering that has to be your work plane forever, right? And so. And then from there, you can be flexible and modify it as needed. As I showed you there, you can copy, paste, rotate, split, do whatever you want. But as long as once you start with the beam system and you pull all your other auxiliary structure away from it, all those auxiliary structures, because they started from the beam system, they're hosted to your roof and they're good to go. Have you tried any plugins that's supposed to be frame length? Yes, I have tested out, or I shouldn't say I'm a user of MWF framing, their metal framing tool. They do have a wood one, and I have also used the AgaCAD tools. They are great for getting a layout based on objects that exist in Revit. They are not great at maintenance. And so what I mean by that is if the project evolves and things change, a lot of times it ends up being delete and refresh the whole thing. And again, as you can see, framing, roof framing, floor framing, and then headers, if you're doing that, you're doing most of what you need. The value in studs for architects especially, I don't think it's there. Maybe as the contractor, and again, I'm doing both on this job, so there may be value there. understanding some of the stud lengths, the number of studs, the so on and so forth. I'm going to have 13 studs that are over 12 feet and 10 studs that are over 10 feet, etc. Yeah, that I could see the value there, but I just don't. Yeah, I don't. It's not worth the time and frustration that I've dealt with on those. But they are great for if you're someone that does this every day. If you're a framer and you're modeling for the sake of materials and even prefab or something like that, then sure, I would say look into it for sure. All right, cool.
So you want to hear a unique story?
Absolutely.
You remember early on, I was showing you the BIM coordination requirement manuals and LOD levels and things like that?
Yeah, I remember.
All right, everything he just said about stud framing, you got to understand there's companies right now that are being forced, if they want to do the framing, in other words, you hire their framers to come in there and frame it, that you need to provide that framing model. All that stuff that he just said really isn't necessary. CCE had to do all that on the casino. They had no choice. If they wanted the job, they had to put the framing in there.
They just waited till the last second to have it done. Once the whole damn thing was already
what
framed.
did this guy? What did this guy just tell you? Basically, without telling you, we couldn't say it because he's beholden to Autodesk. The framing really doesn't work too well in Revit. That's what he was saying,
Yeah.
right? This
why
guy's
there's so many
modeling
plugins.
toilets and pipes and downspouts and fascias, and he's got all these roof rafters. Why do you think he's not doing the framing? Because it's a pain in the ass.
Well, in his words, it's not worth the time and effort.
But it is.
Well, I'm saying with the current tools that Revit has.
And
And
what
the plugins.
happens on a big job when you got a bunch of 48 or 54-inch duct, right?
Mhm.
And you're trying to run that 50-inch duct, and you don't have the studs framed to know where you need to frame that opening, right?
A hope and a prayer, Brian. That's what it is.
On a large project, it's absolutely essential, very beneficial. Now, here's the one thing that CCE didn't know, that this guy didn't know, and I surely didn't know until I built the addition onto my house. If you remember, I told you I had to build the foundation wall 3 different times because I really wasn't a mason, but I got close to being a mason by the 3rd time putting that damn wall up. When I did that, I went and talked to my neighbor, who was about a 60-year-old man, because I knew he had built houses. And I asked him if I could hire him to be an advisor, and he comes over with his tool belt ready to work. He helped me to get the mason. He showed me where I was going wrong in doing the masonry, and I did that work. And then he said, "Can I help you frame it?" And I was like, "Heck yeah!" Well, here's the magic part to this discussion that has to do with studs. Here's what most BIM people don't understand about when you're putting in your studs. We pull from the same point for everything. So in other words, this old guy said, this is going to be our pull corner. Okay. So, we put in studs at 16 inches on center, right?
Yes, sir.
Or 24 inches on center in some conditions, but typically 16 inches on center. What you have to do is you have to make sure you pull at 16, 32, 48 from that same corner for all your walls. Why is that? Why can't we just pull the 16 that one wall that's on our second floor? Why can't we just put 16? Where does the 16 inches start? Does it start from the end? Does it start from the start? Does it start from the middle? Where does that 16 inches start from? And the answer is it doesn't start from any of those three. It doesn't start from the start. It doesn't start from the end. It doesn't start from the middle. It starts from that magic corner in your project. Okay? The reason we do this is so that when those studs hit that bottom, hit the floor, well, they actually hit a sill plate that's at the bottom. Directly below that plate would be your floor joists. Okay. See, so if you just pulled that 16 inches from wherever the heck you wanted, your joists, your studs may not be resting on the joist conditions. When we have that shared pull point for all of our spacing, then what happens is that piece of wood becomes continuous down through the third floor, sitting on the third floor joist, sitting on the second floor stud, sitting on the second floor joist, sitting on the first floor, and down to my sill plate. Solid wood the whole way. And if you think about it, that old man was genius, and he didn't even have a clue what BIM was. He had a lot of experience. The difference is, what did we talk about last time I paused this? When I was sold this software, I was supposed to be able to do more faster. So my theory was with training you, Nathan, was instead of start saying, okay, let's start with what a wall section is. Let's do a footing detail. Let's teach you how to draw lines. Let's teach you how to fill it. Instead, I wanted you to treat this thing as that video game, because my theory is if you could do more jobs faster, then why can't you get 5 years of experience by the end of your first year? Right? In other words, if another person got their associate's degree, got their job as a CAD guy, and he drew 2 schools, 1 house, and 1 garage in 5 years, that's 5 years experience. Now, Nathan, using a tool that allows him to do more faster, and he's compensated for going faster, or if not compensated, at least rewarded for going faster. And he draws 4 schools, a hospital, 2 houses, and a parking deck. Who's got more experience if he draws all that in 1 year or 2 years? Who's got more experience? Why is the experience on that resume, why does it always say 2 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 10 years? Why doesn't it say you've done 5 buildings, you've done 15 buildings, you've done 30 buildings?
Because it's easier and quicker for them to just write years.
Yeah, which person has more experience?
The person who's done more.
Worked for 10 years on 5 buildings, or someone who's worked for 5 years on 20 buildings? Who do you think has more experience?
The one with the 20 buildings.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I feel like that's pretty standard regardless. It kind of sucks that people just based off of time, because you can be doing this forever, your whole life, but not really do anything with it, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
And-
absolutely, Nathan. I would tell you that statement was out of the mouths of babes. Have you ever heard that one? In other words, because you don't even have enough experience, you don't even know how intelligent what you just said truly was. Now, I will tell you, you're getting these places to apply to, and you're going to do a resume, you're going to refine that resume, you're going to go get yourself a job. You want to know something? The larger the company you're with, the longer it is before they even expect you to do anything. Right? Remember, I think I heard you guys. I don't know if you guys even knew I was on because you said some pretty cute things and I enjoyed it. You made me laugh real good. Something about me being mad about the word CAD or something like that. But at that time,
Yeah, that was me. I said Brian might hate that I'm saying this.
at that time, where was I going with this? I got myself sidetracked.
Uh-oh.
I was talking about how CAD's computer assisted design, not actually AutoCAD.
Yes. So where I was going with this is it's sort of counterproductive because there's no reward or compensation for you going faster. Your career is actually yielding you less experience than someone that might be faced with the opposite opportunity. In other words, the opportunity, maybe their boss just, and this, it's sort of funny because I don't think a company would have to do a lot, but if a company came to you and said, man, you really did pretty good last week. You got a lot of work done. If you need to take a day or two off this week, don't take it out of your PT time. You did that much work last week.
You know what's funny about that statement? They said that
What's
to
that?
Dustin Kirby, and then they revoked it from him. Century did that. They told him to take 2 weeks paid, and then at the end of the job, they said, nope, you got to go straight to Fort Mill, no time off. They did
Well,
exactly that.
no. If you examine what you just said, you would understand why. Why did that happen? Because Dustin's an ass kicker and takes names, right?
Even though they threatened to fire him over the pipe exploding.
Well, of course. But when you have someone that is a thoroughbred, you don't like to let your thoroughbred not go to the race on Sunday. And so you can make all that money. Well, sometimes you need to rest your thoroughbreds. Or they're not thoroughbreds anymore. They're going to be a freaking plow horse. Because you'll work them into that. You'll get their attitude. You see the and why. So you worked on that job with Dustin, and tell Dustin to come back and watch this video. He'd get a kick out of it because I'll tell you what, I got a lot of respect for Dustin because do you know what makes him a workhorse?
What's that?
I mean, do you think it's because he's smarter than everyone else?
He showed up more than anybody else on that entire job.
Yeah, but he showed up with something. What did he show up with?
Drive, motivation, knowledge, passion.
So,
yeah, he wanted to be there.
Teach you your greatest lesson in Revit or in life. It's passion. Okay. Now, ready? Everybody put on their thick skin suit. You know the one you got to wear around, Brian, because that son of a bitch don't give a damn how thin your skin is. Tyler, your passion needs to be a little bit greater than what I've seen. Nathan, I've complimented you multiple times on your passion. And Tyler, I totally get it. I totally understand the position you're in. And I told you I actually didn't think you needed to learn Revit. You really need to learn Revit on how a project manager should learn Revit. And you might be surprised that you have more passion for what a project manager utilizes Revit for, as opposed to what Tyler's learning for doing drawings. Okay? There's different Revit users. And I still say that if you wanting to work with RBK, there is no reason not to teach that guy how to open your file, how to get around in your file. And if you showed him that, number one, it would make you better because you'd be learning how you're teaching him. You would be learning extra little tricks that, like I said, you learn. but you would form this relationship where you guys could communicate so much better on a doggone file.
More
And
quicker and more efficient.
And I'll even say about a half hour ago, I recommended that you don't use that host by plane to the roof.
Yeah.
He showed some pretty cool stuff, but here's why I think I don't use it is he's talking about a condition where you have control over the roof in the same file as the structure. But you and I both know that's not how we handle projects. We split them by their disciplines. Okay.
Right.
So that hosting that to the roof, where that could be dangerous, very neat if you're the one adjusting the roof. What happens when your architect's doing like he did on the ceiling plans? Did you enjoy going and moving those lights every week after the architect messed with the ceiling plan? What do you
It
think's
made
going
me
to happen?
giggle.
What do you think's going to happen with your framing and your roof? Same doggone thing. That architect's going to change the pitch. You're going to go open the file and be like, okay, I just cleaned up my architectural file and I'm going to open it up. What do you mean all my beam systems are deleting? Oh, yeah, the architect deleted all those roofs and replaced a new roof. So therefore that host got completely hosed. You see where I'm going with it?
Yeah.
That's the danger of that hosting.
So that's kind of where it's okay to use for your own file, for your own house in a residential scenario, because you know you're the one touching it. But even then, if you decide to change your own roof, it's still hosted. I see what you're saying.
It's still what happens is because it's hosted through that link, it makes all these different roof changes and floor changes all at once.
Explosive.
How can you be sure that it did everything right? How can you be sure you know where you need to go clean stuff up?
You'd have to look yourself. I mean, there's no other way, right?
Right.
And
when it comes into that kind of inspection, that you're normally not going to be as careful as if you just did it. Now, I'll be honest. I had to take a job. This was like probably like 2013. I probably will be able to tell you better when I open up some of the structural files. But I took a job with a structural engineer for a year and a half. Okay. Name's Dean Arp. He's at North Carolina House of Representatives, or at least was at that time. Funny part is I started working 2 days after this guy at my original first firm when I moved down to Charlotte in 1989. I was in the cubicle next to him. I was the draftsman. He was the structural engineer that went to the Citadel and designed some concrete moon base architecture that was going to be built on the moon using pea water and poo water to make the concrete from the pea because you don't have water up there. I always thought it was really neat. Had a really neat project he did in college. Well, 18 years later, we had somehow run across these other paths again, and he started talking about Revit, that all these architects were needing him to do his jobs in Revit. And I said, yeah, that's not a problem. He's like, well, I need to hire 5 draftsmen to do it. And I was like, dude, I can do all of them. And you don't have to hire the 5 draftsmen. And he's like, no, I got to hire 5 draftsmen. So I worked there for about a year and a half. It was fortunate because he allowed me to do a fair amount remote because he was way over there in Monroe. So it was a good 40-minute drive to work. He'd let me like work at home 2 or 3 days out of the week, which is when I got all the work done. But I had to come into the office 2 days a week. Well, guess who drew all the jobs for his company? That was me. Guess why I went into the office 2 days a week?
Because you are you.
to train his 5 people.
Okay.
So not only was I doing all of his jobs, but I was also training his people that he had to hire anyway. And guess how much I was getting paid?
100.
Almost the same amount as them. Nah, I think it was like $35,000 a year, but I think it was like $17 an hour.
There's no way.
But more importantly, I was getting paid just barely a little more than the people I was training who weren't growing any jobs.
That's still crazy though, because even though you were getting paid slightly more, that amount doesn't amount to how much work you were doing more than them. You know.
You know what? It was completely unfair. You know who it was unfair for? Them poor guys, because they weren't growing any jobs. How do you learn the software if you're not growing a job? It's the most boring thing you've ever seen. They had to show up 8 hours a day. Every time I went in there, they looked like the most lifeless individuals. And I was excited and rip roaring. Son of a bitch, I did the Mint Hill High School and I did the Fort Mill High School, which is right down the road from my house. I did 3 schools. They did 0. I had all the passion. I was learning the software to get better and better, and they were showing up for work and getting paid. I would much rather. You're wrong, Nathan. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Well, no, you were getting paid in the experience for sure. I mean, there's other ways that you benefited. I get what you're saying, but
What you're not getting, and that you need to get, is you don't understand how soulless a life it is to lead if you're working at a company for 1 year and they don't even put you on a project.
that does sound pretty bad.
Think about it. Think about it.
Yeah, if I was going into work every day and not really.
And we're talking, they expected you to show up, and this guy he went to the Citadel, baby. 7 a.m. You showed up or you were fucked.
Yeah.
Me, all I had to do was draw all their buildings, and I'd come in at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'd be like, hey, what you fellas up to? And I was all happy and excited, and they were all lifeless. So be careful. Sometimes what you think is the bad stick is not actually the bad stick at all.
And see, that's kind of how I felt about the casino in general. Like, not just you, not just me, not just George, Cody, Dan, everybody. I mean, everybody, they showed up and they had the passion and they were so excited to do the job. You know what I mean? And I'd say about
Dustin.
Dustin too.
That's why they put him on that Fort Mill job. Dustin was one of the most passionate people out there.
You didn't get to see him too much.
If you see him, you can share that with him. If he somehow gets a hold of this video, because I'll be honest with you, that's the thing that we don't get in this world, and it's what causes passion to go away. No one ever gives you appreciation for your passion, right? Did Century give the appreciation for the passion for the people who were passionate about that job?
And that's what I was trying to say is, I mean, a lot of people, you could see it just leaving everybody. I'd say about June of 2024,
passion is so quick to die. It doesn't take much to kill the passion in someone. If I would have lit Nathan up 2 weeks ago, I could have sucked every bit of passion out of him. Right, Nathan? I mean, you were just coming off of being sick.
Yeah.
I could have beat you like a dog, and I could have knocked the last little passion out of you. Or what could you do? See, this is the real, where does passion come from? Something causes a person to have passion. You know what I would call that? What would you call being able to give someone passion?
Being challenged.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
Right? You give someone that inspiration. And that's why I'm trying to be honest with you when I tell you, Tyler, just haven't seen the passion. But I also get it. You just came off of working that casino job. You just came off of a lot of go, 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 go. You need a little bit of cruise time. But at the same token, I was trying to let you know, if you're going to try to do what Nathan's done, you have to show an awful lot of passion, because Nathan, you have, in the last 100 days, you've shown quite a bit of passion. You've shown a lot of other things too. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of bad
A
things.
fair amount of laziness, I would definitely say.
Yeah, I know I'm pretty lazy. I mean, you gotta be aware of these things. You know, not everyone's perfect. I'm working on it.
No, we're all pretty flawed.
Yeah,
We're all pretty flawed.
yeah.
So, what do you think about his little presentation on the roof?
I like it. I honestly, it's funny. I know this is about the roof, but I much more enjoyed watching and seeing how he set up his sheets and seeing how he, as he called, stick built his
All right,
structure.
you win. You win. I'll give you 2 days. I'll give you 2 days. You won. You convinced me.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought you were volunteering to do the structural drawings for your house.
Oh, I can. Yeah.
You have 2 days to get them done. Make
Oh,
sure that
God.
they're sheeted.
Okay.
And guess who you tossed in the boat with you?
Damn it.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, Tyler.
Now, your house should take 2 hours to do this full set of structural drawings. I'm willing to give you 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, is that you giving me 2 days to build it how I would like to build it, like you did?
What what I want you to do is I want you to think about how it's going to be actually constructed.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we going to put the main body? Pick on your main body roof. If I said the main body roof. Right. Perfect. So, how are we going to support that roof? What different ways do we have to support that roof that you know of?
Different ways?
How's the different ways I could frame that roof? Make that roof stay up.
Well, I'm
I
assuming
could go out and buy a couple of sky hooks and hook it onto a cloud, and that would hold it up. So that's usually how most architects design, with sky hooks.
Well, that may not be the most optimal way. I'm assuming.
No, it won't be.
I'm assuming.
So take me to that wall section.
Okay.
Actually, the building section would be good. You can do all that through the sheets if you want, or you can do it through there. Either way. Sometimes it's easier to navigate through the sheets when you're talking about someone, but that was perfect. All right, so I want the other section. That doesn't tell me anything for it. This is the one that tells me everything for it. Okay?
All right.
So, most people, we're going to start you out with the slow, and I'd kick you in the teeth if this is the way you did it. But I want you to draw me a filled region. That's going to be that truss up top.
Oh, just all right. Kind of like that. Do you want me to actually draw the truss? Like,
yeah, I want you to actually draw the truss.
Oh, dude.
What's a truss look like?
I'm not good at this, man. Let me see. Something like that. And then
then a truss will usually have a bottom cord. Remember, do I need to show you some trusses?
It goes across like this, no? I don't know exactly how it looks.
Well, I'm going to show you. Hold on. I'm going to show you what to draw. And remember how you were like...
Bring that bottom corner where you're at to the top corner, right above it.
Let's see.
Up, 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 up,
Present,
up, up,
stop
up, 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 up,
screen,
up, up.
Oh,
present,
oh,
share
Yeah, they got to
screen.
overlap so they can bolt together.
I got you. Again, I apologize. My creative mind is not there.
No, you're good. See, I like this style of
Can
learning.
you see that?
Yes, those are a lot of trusses.
All right.
Oh,
You
it's
want an
all-
attic truss? You want a fan truss? You want a Howe truss? A multi-panel, mono pitch? Which one of those you want? A double fink? A
I
king?
think I did a
Obviously, you're
fink,
not
didn't I?
using one of these trusses, right? You're not using these trusses. You're using one with an angle. So you got only the choices of these angles. Pick
yeah,
one.
I almost like the king. The king looks like it gives a lot of room.
The king.
It's really simple, but if I were to choose something else, I would probably do.
On a barn door, it's also going to collapse when you get 8 inches of snow that freezes.
Nope, 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 nope.
You
The
don't
king
think so?
requires one important thing. And let's see, probably the easiest way for me to do this would be with a snipping tool. And I would do a little snipper of the king. Right. And then
Oh, I
could do-
see. I see now.
What does a king require? A king
That top point.
requires a king requires a load point here. A load point here.
Yep, a load bearing wall.
A load bearing
Oh.
wall down the center of your building. Show me your
Yep.
floor plan.
I definitely don't have one of those.
Well, then I don't think a king would be a good idea.
No.
Yep.
Okay, so hold on. Let me see if I
You don't
can.
have a load bearing anywhere?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm assuming on the outside of the walls, right? The exterior walls.
Go to your floor plan.
Give me 1 second. All right, floor plan. What are we looking
You
for here?
see your master closet pantry wall?
Yep.
This?
If you shifted all of that a little bit south, you could run kings for the whole center section of your building,
Mm-hmm.
but not for your garage or your dining.
You could have a it looked kind of goofy, but a truss inside the great room and kitchen dining, correct? Not a king, but you could have a truss across that section.
There you're gonna, if you wanted to run a king, you would have to put a couple columns and a beam across there to carry
Yeah.
the king trusses,
That's what I was getting
Okay.
at.
right?
And because like you said, I was planning on doing the stairs and having this as open space.
Then the
Well,
king's not gonna work.
that's where it leads itself to wanting to be the attic type truss.
Okay. But see, I
Right.
liked the king because it looked like it had more room than the attic.
You'd be surprised when it gets narrow down there. You're not going to be getting in those corners.
Well, it's also going to be about how long the actual span is as well. What this actual distance is right there. That king's only going to be able to go so far. So you need an attic more than likely.
Yeah.
So here's what I want you to do. Let's see. I got this, and I can say, give me a drafting view.
Really quick on that image you just had up, that I think it was Gamble or Gambrel attic.
Gambrel.
Gambrel, is that very common for barn
That's-
dominiums?
Common in the Northeast, yes.
Okay, I was gonna say that's something I've seen a lot of.
That's going to be a much stronger. It's going to be able to handle the snow load because you understand when you design a roof, you do understand a roof in Pennsylvania and a roof in South Carolina. They don't need to be designed to the same strength.
Yep.
Because in Pennsylvania, you might get 1.5 feet of snow up on top of there.
Whereas in Florida, you could probably get away with a king
Well,
without.
I don't know that I would go
Woodbury.
quite that far. So you
With-
see that attic guy right there we're looking at, and I'll pull this over so I can bring it back up for reference. All right, Nathan, watch this. Now, most of that is going to be built out of 2x4s. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just
Oh,
going to
I didn't
start
get to
by
show
just
you my back.
drawing lines. I'm just going to start by drawing lines. If this thing was maybe 20 foot, maybe your house is 20 foot across. I don't really know. We come up now. Obviously, we want to be real cognizant to grab this middle point and get me up to that top point. Up to that top point. See,
Yeah.
I drew that unstraight. See, what that's going to do is they're going to tell you instantly, hey, if you're smart, you only need to draw half of this truss. Okay. So this attic looked something like this. And then he did
From the bottom
from
right to the
here
center.
up to here and down. Right? That's what that attic truss looked like. Now, obviously, right? Obviously, we're going to be doing this in a minute. I'm going to show you just, and there's my truss. All right.
Right.
Problem is we're not going to draw it with lines. We got to draw this as a 2x4. They could be built out of a 2x6, but you understand what you do is you give that truss sketch to your truss manufacturer. What does he give you back?
Submittals.
A submittal drawing. Dude, kudos. Awesome. That's exactly what he gives you back.
Okay.
And your job is then to take that submittal and put it back into the model and tell it that, oh, this truss has been built to submittal. This air conditioner has been built to submittal. This hot water heater as to submittal. See, we design with an idea. Once we get the submittal, in order to do BIM coordination, we have to put it in per the submittal. Now, your problem to drawing that was probably something like this. Now, granted, you're using filled region as opposed to lines, but did you ever notice this thing right here that said, oh, a 2x4 is 3.5 inches? Okay. Now, watch this. You ready, Nathan? There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. There's
Is
this
there
guy.
not a problem
Hit
with
the
the center
hit the
point?
space bar. See where I just went with that? Now what do I need to do? Just a little bit of delete this guy, delete that guy. Now I can come in here and I can go trim, 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 trim. Don't worry when it says it needs to do that unjoin. Okay. Now, this is where you say, oh, goodness gracious, this is supposed to go up into that. Oh, what if I just slide this like that? Oh, that's pretty cool, Brian. Then I could just go split, trim, 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 trim. Oh, what about this one? Well, I got two choices. I could move this one up, split, trim, 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 trim. How hard was that? Right?
Yeah.
This guy here. And all we have to do,
Let's mirror that puppy.
okay? Now, if you're careful, now this is where it gets real tricky. Okay? Remember, I drew all this as lines. You can see my bottom chord. This one here was too long. That's why it had that overlap. I shouldn't have mirrored that one piece. Okay? But now you see that could be made into a filled region. Okay? So how do
Can
I
I
do
ask a
that?
question?
Oh, go ahead.
So where you trimmed them to where they're all one element now, and you can't see the lines, would you not want to leave those lines to show how much you're going to have that board cutting through? Or is that just where you trust your carpenter?
Well, we would actually, and we will actually adjust that some, right?
Okay.
You see, look, the neat thing that you don't understand about Revit is, now I want to make this nudge the same amount. If I go nudge, 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 look at that. And I go nudge, 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 it kept those the same, but you can see the one object that was not joined. Okay. What you need to understand is those lines get joined. See here, if I'm feeling that I don't have enough of my overlap, because remember, what really ends up happening is a nail plate goes right in here, right on this corner, to nail all that stuff together. Okay. But I'm not trying to get into that level of detail. What I'm trying to show you is, okay, so these were lines. What if I wanted to make a filled region? Well, watch this. I'm just going to go Control C, annotate. I'm actually going to do a filled region. And then I'm just going to do my Control V and go like that and say finish. Now it's my filled region. Now it's one object. Now you could draw that on your section, and you would at least in your section be telling them, I'm going to be using this attic type truss. Okay. Now, the next step up from him is going to be to make a new family. Okay, so going a little bit better than just putting a filled region on your section, we're going to make, and I would recommend that you make this guy as a generic model, right? And then you say, oh, you know what would be really nice, Brian, is if I could go take this stuff that I drew off of my section and I could say Control C, and then I could go to the front view of my truss and I could say I wanted an extrusion and I could say Control V. And it says it can't do it. Okay. So, what if we get to the same orientation, say create extrusion, Control V, finish, right? This guy here would be 1.5 inches is all it would be, 1.5. There's my truss. Now all I need to do is stand that truss up. Well, you'll find if you went to this view right here and you said, okay, can I rotate that? 90. Sure you can. Now look, it's no longer associated with a work plane. Not a good idea. Edit work plane. I'm going to associate it with the front back. Now it put it right on the front back. So really maybe what I want is 3/4 in one direction and -3/4 in the other direction so that it's centered right on that guy. I look at him from the front and I could simply take this guy here, move it from here up to that intersection, and he's now a family ready to go into my project to be put in there at 24 inches on center. Now, for your job, you need an attic truss for the middle of your building. You're probably going to want something like a scissor truss for your great room where you have your high windows. And then I don't know what you want to do over your garage. Maybe you want to have attic space over it as well, or maybe you just want to use a typical multi-panel for your garage. So you actually have 3 different trusses for your main body roof.
All right.
Okay. Now, show me your 3D view again. You'll come back to that truss. You can do all that. I'll sort of watch you as you do it. Now, out there at the porch,
Yeah.
Wasn't I sort of pushing you to do this? What did I tell you you needed? Or people would laugh at you. I told you you
Oh.
needed a beam between the columns,
These.
right?
Yeah.
Well, guess what goes into that beam? Joists. Joists go into beams. Beams go into girders. Girders and beams are supported by columns. See, you need those beam systems to put those joists that hold up that roof underneath there. And that's all stick framed, just the way he was showing you.
Yeah. All in here. This mess.
Yep. So you should actually be able to use what he just did in the videos, right? What did he do? He hosted a beam system to the bottom of that thing. Remember, he had just the roof and he had some transparency on it so he could see the bottom side. Right there, try it. No, go back to that bottom side.
Oh, I was just gonna put the transparency on it. But yeah.
Do a beam system.
God, that's in the structure, beam. What type of beam do we want?
No, not a beam. A beam system is what he did.
Okay. Is that not in?
It's there. It's there. Just keep looking. You'll see it. It's right in front of your face. If it was a snake, you'd be bit.
I see it.
Now, this is where he said, set the plane. Pick the plane. Uh-huh. Perfect. Then he said, go ahead and do your...
No, he picked the lines, right?
Yeah.
And that's where you set. That's how you set the orientation.
That's how you set the orientation.
Oh, lines cannot intersect. Okay, so
I think you might have... There's a little bit of an overlap at the edge.
yeah, they weren't trimmed.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, the only difference is instead of using wide flint, nope, pick the beam system. See where it says over in the properties, beam type, W shape, 12 by 26? I'd probably use a 2x6 wood lumber.
I'd have to make
load
that.
a piece of load a piece of 2x6. Show me how you do that. Nope. Say draw a beam.
Beam.
Load. Go to structural framing. Wood. Dimensional lumber. And I'd load a 2x4, 2x6, 2x8, 2x10, and 2x12.
2x4, 2x6, 2x8, 2x10, 12.
Say okay. There you go. Now hit escape 2 times. Pick that beam system. Change it from that to a 2x6, 2x8. There it goes.
It's pretty neat. And the way he did his opening is he selected one, copied it.
And then you can copy it. Yep, absolutely. You can copy out of that.
Cool.
Tyler, show me as you're coming along. You guys holler at me if you got any problems. I get an hour of soap opera time while you get some drawing time.
All right.
Make your trucks. Get rid of that goofy ass steel truss you built. Now, do understand this, Tyler, if you're still there. That truss.
Yeah, I'm here.
That truss is a very sophisticated piece of equipment. It's a lot like that beam system. You can tell it what you want those chords to be, so you can actually do the truss with the wood. I just never had any real great effects. My recommendation, you only have a couple type trusses, and you see, in all honesty, you would have a page in your drawings that would show you the different types of truss that you have in your project so that you can send it to your truss manufacturer to get those submittals back. Okay. So in a truss built house, we typically have a page for truss drawings.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm a little confused here, though.
Why?
Are we not? So am I not supposed to make this whole another file?
Not for your simple house. But yes,
Okay.
absolutely, you should be making that as
Okay.
another file.
All right.
Now, if you wanted to try doing that through the file, that would be great. If you wanted to try to put all this stuff, but I only gave you 2 days. You making a whole nother file. Well, actually, I did give you 2 days to make sure. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. You should be doing all of that in the second file so you can have your structural drawings. And let me tell you what, there's a lot to learn about structural drawings. Those guys are completely different than architects. Completely
Right.
different.
Could you throw my screen up when you get a sec?
Sure.
I'll show you what I was messing with last night.
You're not sharing.
Oh, I'm not? Hold on, let me
Nope.
fix that. I might have been messing with the other thing at one point. So I did that roof last night. I didn't put structural framing in it, but I did the soffit and I did the filled region on it as well. Or not a filled region, but the model in place.
Uh-huh.
And then back here, I was on a call with my buddy and he was watching it and he was like, what if you just did glass there? So I tried to do glass, and in the roof I found this sloped glazing. I don't know if
Oh
that's
yeah,
supposed to
that's
represent
a good one.
glass. I was gonna say I don't know what that's supposed to represent, but it kind of looked cool. And I just decided to do those beams.
Oh, slope glazing is a very, very powerful tool. Matter of fact, that's the second video that we're going to be watching. So,
Okay.
you guys, my recommendation: try to draw your framing, so that in an hour from now you can have some questions for me on your framing. Then we're going to look at that next one. But dude, slope glazing, most people don't even know it's there. But I'm telling you, it is extremely powerful.
So is the way I used it decent? Just to show like glass or like a mesh netting rather than an actual roof?
No, that's not. I mean, why wouldn't you could have just made a roof and put another material on it. That would have been a more appropriate use.
Well,
That would never work. I don't think there's any way what are those framing members?
What are these?
Yep. Yeah, 2x6 that's a pretty long span for anything that's in that direction. I don't think I would be looking at less than a 2x8 or 2x10, usually by code. But that's where you get into the design of it. It's just a very weak looking.
Well, that was kind of my point, is I'm not putting weight up here. I was putting like a mesh net just to throw shade and
That
still let some light.
that 2x6 in the sun would twist like a pretzel by the end of the second year. Go
Okay.
buy it. How long is that? Pick on that 2x6 again.
It should be 12.
Yeah.
Be? Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. If you even let a 2x6 lay on the ground for a year on your back deck, it would twist like a pretzel. You'd have to have something more substantial. You'd have to have some kind of cross bracing in there. It looks silly structurally.
I hear
A
you.
trellis?
Well,
I wanted to tell Nathan he needed a trellis on his back deck. Trellises is nothing but a bunch of stick framing. So if you have wrapped up your roof and your porch roof, your truss for your main body roof, and your roof, and I'm not back, start drawing a real trellis. Look on the internet, see what they look like. Yeah, that starts.
You're talking about what I had out
here.
More. You were talking about over here in the twin motion. The trellis is the 4-post, and then the sunshade that's slides over.
I'm talking about attaching to your. Yeah. But I was talking about attaching one to your back deck, which is what you did. I'm telling Nathan he needs to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And remember, wherever you drew that in twin motion, we don't draw architectural objects in twin motion. That's for people and clouds and materials and cars, bicycles, grills, not for architecture, not for framing.
Yeah, I still need to go back and do the fence.
Yep, a fence would be a good one too. We could cover that. If we covered that right after our crown molding stuff, that would give you something good that you can do for a homework assignment. And then really you got to get that structural drawings. I want to see what your structural drawings are going to look like, both of you, which means you're going to need to do floor framing. If you're not doing floor framing, if you're doing slab on grade, I need real drawings. Look at a structural set of drawings. You can do an internet, just say structural drawings,
All right.
residential structural drawings. Look at what they have in their drawing package. You try to put it in your drawing package.
I
Okay?
do have a-
And I'm all with developing it for you tomorrow.
All right. I have
All
a
right.
question before you head out though.
Go ahead.
Doing this offset, because I still haven't built the truss yet. I need to build the truss, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. But for this offset, you have your offset set, right? And you just draw it, trace it out. Once I'm done doing that, obviously I know I'll have to move them to make them fit. But how did you make it into an actual object?
I
Okay.
copied it to the clipboard,
And then he put field region.
and then I went into field region and I did a paste.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't an actual object. It was just a field region.
It was just a field region when it was in the project, and then I took that and I put that into the actual family.
I got you. Okay.
See, what you didn't understand was this step right here, and you could go all the way across, dude. If you see, the problem is you didn't do my first trick, which was only drawing half of it, but that's all right.
I
Keep
did.
going. No.
I did. I drew half of it. I just threw this into a drafting view and I already mirrored it.
All right, well, go for it then.
So
Anything else? Oh, Jaffe, you joined. Hold on, let me push you in the room. There you are. Are you there?
Oh yeah, you got a bunch of people here, huh?
Yeah, Nathan and Tyler.
I got a dumb
Misty.
question whenever you get a sec.
What you got, buddy?
I thought there was a way to manually adjust per instance the room calculation points of doors. Like, because I know you
No.
can do it in a family where you can
No,
move it
no,
around.
no. You can't change the calculation point for a door. What you can do is if you do a door schedule.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me see. That's not this one. Let's see. We'll take Nathan out and add Brian in, put me down on the bottom.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some lunch.
I need this Revit right here. That one. Is that it? Nope. This is it. Schedules. Door schedule. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what you've got is you add a field that's not from the doors, but it's the from room. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And then I want to do the from room name.
Yep.
Okay. Let me fix that real quick. Let's see. Edit. Put the front room up here at the front. Okay. So just to verify, we're going to put the from room door number right next to it. So you can see this happen. But what happens is you can now do something like you've never done before, which is you can switch this door from being the living room to the bath.
Oh.
That's how you flip that point. So in other words, if that door right now thinks it belongs in the, and you could actually probably do this with your Rhino.
Uh-huh. I don't know. That's I don't see that parameter on the instance.
On the instance.
Or yeah, like in the instance parameters.
Yeah, well, because you're trying to change their. Well, in
So,
other words,
I know-
when you pick the door, these are your
Yeah.
instance parameters. You're not seeing it there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then so like when you do it in the schedule, it's modifying something underneath or something, the built-in parameter that's not
It's
accessible.
modifying the select available fields from.
So, oh, that's actually a room.
It's pulling it from the room. It's pulling all the information on the from room side.
Gotcha.
See, if we take this door, let's see, this door, highlight in model, right?
Yeah.
So what happens is that door, if I flip it, it didn't flip this. See, the flip doesn't have anything to do with it. It all has to do with when you placed the door, which direction it's going.
But how do I get that to the from the API?
You might have some problems on your side with the software because you probably might not be able to capture that other category. That from room.
The door could be open from one room in one phase and a different room in another phase. Oh, that's, have you ever thought it? You ever think of that?
Well, that doesn't. Oh. So how
it does work.
Yeah, well, because you got two different rooms. You have a room in phase one and a room in phase two.
Yep. So you could target.
But it's still what you still don't understand. That room decides what it, or that door decides what it belongs to right here. Okay. So let's see. If we said, okay, I can do this. If I come here and I sort this by Mark.
Yeah, I don't think you can get.
So my smallest door is a door 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a door 1. So if I go in and I do an architectural door, and I go like that, right? Now let me give him a door number 1 so you can see this. Right there is Mark 1. So he'll be at the top of my list right there. Okay. Do you see how he's not associated to that room?
Yep.
Well, watch this. If I flip it, still not associated to that room. But if I come over here and say corridor, he's now associated to that room. So what happens is when I first placed that door is when it decided that. So if I would have went like this, right?
Yep.
See how number 2 became part of the corridor? There is no way for you to change that. You can flip all day long. You can look down here. There is no changing that by the door. You have to do it through the schedule. You weren't expecting that, were you?
No, I thought there was a way, but you can with a family. You can move that point around, right?
With a regular family, if you have that, what do they call that little point that you put in there?
The room calculation point.
Room calculation, but there is no room calculation point on a door.
Yeah, there is. But you can't move it per instance. So if you go in your door family, right there, see on the door family.
See
on the left, on the in the other, there's a room calculation point. But you can't. You can move it around, but you can't do it per instance like you can on the families.
Yeah, but most of them don't have most of the family's room calculation point isn't like that. It isn't one of those arrows, is it? In other words,
nope,
if I say
it's
file,
a little different.
New family.
Yeah, it's different. It's different.
Right? It's different.
Yeah.
That's why you can't do it. So if I did a generic model, see, when I'm in a generic model and I do a room calculation point, it's an actual point, no?
Yes,
that's right. It's a one-ended point.
Yeah, and I thought you could do that in the door, but I wonder if you could nest that into a door and get that. No, that's all right.
You could nest it if it was shared.
Yeah.
You could do what you're saying if it was shared.
But yeah, I think the schedule is
you
going to
could
be my.
you could put a shared family in there so that you can control where it was. But that's not how I would recommend doing it if you're trying to help someone on their job.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to. Yeah.
I don't think that would lead to good results. That's a tricky one, though. I'm glad we got that one televised.
Yep. Yeah, I swear I thought that was available, but I guess not.
See, all these doors you think don't. I mean, sometimes I don't have a room because I'm still in the middle of my design. But a lot of times, what we'll do is you go through a door schedule, and then what you'll do is where all these doors are locked to the closet, you never want the door to be attached to the closet. You want it to be attached to the bedroom itself. And you have to go through your list, or you can filter and say, go get all of my closets.
Mm-hmm. So you do that from.
So, what you doing this afternoon?
We got our developer meeting here coming up.
What time?
Hour and 40 minutes.
Hour and 40 minutes. Well, you probably want to do a little bit of downtime. So do I. I've got a video to show, but I want to tell you about it.
All right.
All right. Actually, I can probably. Let's see if I can't pull that thing up. Not that one. That one. It's done by this guy here, right? And what I found was when I went to him the other day, I went to his most recent videos. Where was it? Doggone it. Oh, look at this thing, guys. Wood truss in Revit tutorial. I'll play that after Jaffe leaves. I want to find this doggone. Oh, I know why it was alive. It was alive. It was this one. This was 3 months ago. He came up with this neat idea on all of this interior crown molding, base molding, and accent panels as a curtain wall. And right about minute 10, he's got this one major problem with it. And that is he keeps trying to clean up with the walls. And they're both like, wow, if there was some way we could figure this out. Well, a decade ago, I figured it out. Now, they just came up with this process, like I said, like 3 months ago. All right. So the answer to their actual question is they need to be doing it as a Revit link. But you would actually see on this project, see all this crown molding, all this chair rail for an entire senior living facility was done with curtain walls. Like I said, a decade ago. What's that? You remember that one, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, the irony is that's actually how I learned to build the curtain walls for our Costco for our metal panel system. Well, what made me feel so incredibly good was here these guys are, and they're like, they think this is the best thing since sliced bread, and these are cutting edge, smart individuals. Don't get me wrong, he did even better than I did on some things. But it means that what I was thinking about 10 years ago was actually right. You know how rewarding that is? Because I remember bragging to you. You probably do remember me making all of this stuff all these different panelings and stuff. Because if you remember, I had some slick drawings.
Yeah, well, you had the videos too. You were walking through it and stuff.
Yep. What did I have for drawings? Let's see. These were where those drawings were. Then I did the enlarged areas for those rooms. And if Nathan, Tyler, you're watching, you see these funky rooms, you see how I did a floor plan, and then I did an isometric to show them how all that crown was running. And then I actually did perspective views as well. And that was all about this railing, and then these things here are curtain walls. And see, that's actually where I made, I did an upper curtain wall and a lower. The second or the third project that I did for these interior guys, I actually developed it just a little bit more. But the irony of it is, the one thing I knew that was so tough is if you tried to draw these curtain walls in with the wall where the walls are, you couldn't gain any traction. You just kept having more problems. But the second I made it a linked file and I said, oh, all of this millwork, this should all be done in the interiors file, and all of the architecture should be done in the architecture file, which, like I said, this was 10 years ago. This is what allowed me to be able to do and learn BIM coordination by breaking things apart into the different disciplines. This was the beginning of me really unraveling some major stuff for BIM coordination that people still to this day don't understand when it comes to coordination. But I think it's pretty neat. Do you remember that was about 10 years ago that I was working with this stuff with you? I mean, we've been on a long road, dude. We've been doing this stuff for, you know what? I think I actually showed you that when you were working at McGrath when I came.
Yeah, that would have been in McGrath. Yeah.
Right? Would that have been 10 years ago?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a date on this thing. 2015. Boy, that's a pretty good memory. I was exactly right. It was about 10 years ago.
Nailed it.
Can you imagine that because that BIM After Dark guy, he was just like, this is incredible. This is so incredible. And he's cutting edge. Thinking that it just came out.
I've been watching the Gavin Crump. Some of his stuff.
Is he Rhino?
Nope, no, he's the Revit guru. He's Australian.
Oh, okay. I probably know him. I forgot about him. That's where I was wanting to put together a little stream where we could talk about the people that really impressed us over our career. And I would love for you to be with me where we could make a little bit of a list that I could share in the description with Nathan and Tyler and the rest of the people, because there's a limited list, right? Phil Reed, Paul Aubin. So, but come on, buddy. Do I at least get a kudos for the door one?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I swear that it used to work like different, but I guess not. I was thinking of the families.
Now, if you can access the from room thing, then you can probably do some pretty strong stuff in your Rhino. So go see if you can find where that's at.
I mean, I know you can get the property, but I don't think you could set it. So you could get the property, and you could probably get both values, whatever values it's giving, right? The two from.
Right.
But it's a get. There's no set.
That would make sense.
So that kind of, once you're at that point, you're screwed.
But I think if you show the person who's asking you this how to do it with the schedule.
I already did.
You already showed him?
I already replied.
Oh, you explained to him the schedule thing.
Yeah.
You should have sent him a link to my video and the timestamp, you ding-dong.
Well, if he doesn't get it, I just took a screenshot and said, you're going to have to do it through the... I mean, he was trying to do it.
My recommendation, dude, go back into my live, go to my YouTube channel, go to my live, go to that screen, that timestamp, and show them that 5-minute segment. Because you know how the end users are. If your answer's too sophisticated for them, they won't tell you. They don't want to look stupid.
Yeah, well, they were trying to do it through the Grasshopper, and it's just not possible. So,
To be honest with you, I could probably do the whole damn job in an hour and a half, and that's if it's an immense football stadium or something.
yeah,
It's really easy to switch them if you look at the schedule. And if you understand that filtering thing where I said, go get all your closets, make sure doors don't go to closets, make sure doors don't go to corridors. If, in other words, if they say they're going to a corridor, you want to make it go to the room, the patient room, or the operating room, as opposed to the corridor. Always, you want to make sure it goes to the patient room as opposed to the closet or to the bathroom. Those couple general rules, they would knock their file out. They'd be like, "Well, I'm sorry we didn't use the Rhino, but damn, thank you for that advice."
well, that's a lot of times I'm having to explain that. Yeah, it's not everything's available and that's available through the UI. That's available in the API. So,
well, and you know that there's some things that I can do with the API that's just quicker than you can do with
UI
external.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right?
Well, and a lot of the processes that these people try to do, it's like, okay, that's 2 clicks. But if you're going to do it programmatically, you're going to have to sit there and figure out all sorts of rules. And it's like, no, just go click the thing twice.
Yep. Well, and you know, that's the typical problem that's always out there. If you want to use a hammer when you're trying to put in a screw, you can do it. You can use a hammer to put a screw in. You want me to show you? I can do it all day long. Not really a good use of the tool.
I'll pop back in after the meeting and see what's up.
All right. Be good.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Later.
I'm eating lunch right now, but I'll watch that video if you want to throw it back up.
Which video is that? Oh, the second one?
I was going to say whatever you had up on your stage. I just saw it for a second.
It was him talking about, he just did one about wood trusses right here. Let's see what he's got.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take my break too.
Yeah, that's fine. It won't take me 10 minutes to eat.
Wait, I can't do that. Can you hear him talking?
Let me remove myself and add you to stage. No.
All right. See, that's such a pain in the butt, StreamYard. Yeah, I have to share it. You have to share that tab.
Oh.
Now let's see if it works.
You know, now it's done, right?
Yep. There it is. Funny how everybody's in there and nobody has a laptop in front of them.
Kind of wanted to do that quick trust thing, and it's one of those things that I know I've noticed come up quite a bit in different conversations of the truss tool, especially with wood framing and timber and stuff. And so I think it'll just be, this is my approach to trusses, using the tool within the box for what the truss tool does. I mean, obviously, if you're doing open web trusses and like that kind of stuff, then you want to use the beams that have them, the actual beams, and that'd be the way to go, right? If you're using K-joists or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about truss, like think trusses and whatever, and heavy timber, or even if you're doing
custom,
custom, or even if you're doing economic wood framing with your 2x4 truss systems at whatever 24 inches on center.
I do think it's still a decent tool for that. Yeah, so there's pros and cons to it. So I figured it's an opportunity to sort of show when I've had to do it, how I approach it, but also to make it visually look better too, which is I think a lot of probably, as the architects on here would say, it's probably the biggest issue is we're putting trusses and, you know, engineered by others, but we want them there for our drawings and all that other stuff, right? So you kind of want them there for all the other pieces to be accurate. So maybe we'll start with that, and then we can dive into other topics beyond it, because I don't think this is going to take too long to show. So if for anyone who hasn't used it before, it's under structure, and you can see there's a truss here. And by default, this one has the flat truss, which is, this is too boring. We're not going to do that. So we're going to load in a truss family, or I'm going to go to, I don't know why they don't have load Autodesk family from those areas too. Like when you, for those of you who don't know, in 24, and I think
Am I going to a full screen?
you know, they don't, by default, the content
What?
library is not installed anymore because it's pulling it from the internet.
Is there a way you can make it bigger so I can see better?
Part of it, the family browser is not all that bad from it. But what annoys me is, like, in this area, like, it just says load family. Like, if this should have load family and load Autodesk family, right? Because now you go here and you deal with the same crap as you would in load family, as opposed to when you go to insert, notice there's load family and load Autodesk family. So if you don't have the content library installed, you can only load families outside of placing objects. And I always found that kind of annoying. So I'm going to go to load Autodesk family. I'm just going to search truss. And this actually isn't, I think this is something that they purchased, this browser. I forgot which company they purchased it from, but it actually does a pretty good job, in my opinion, as far as just, you know, the out of the box family. And I think you can add content to it or whatnot. But so we're going to do a 6-panel how gabled truss. So I'm just going to load that in. Go back to structure, truss. There we go. Let me just put one that's 60 feet long right here. You know, by default, you can see what it did. It generated the shape, and hopefully you guys can see the shape there. And what it's doing is it's placing a defaulted framing type on it. So if I go to edit type, you'll see that it's essentially, I think by default, it just throws on whatever is the first one that was loaded into this. I don't know. I'm not really sure how it determines the default, but it's usually the first structural framing family that's loaded in the file. So that's, you know, super simple. And again, what I like about it is it is flexible, right? If you want the height of it to be, you know, 16 or 15 feet, you click apply, right? It goes through it. I do kind of wish that you had, instead of 15 feet, you do it by slope, but it is what it is. So if I go back down to 8 feet, you know, that's adjustable. Obviously, if you pull this kind of stuff, it's adjustable. So, you know, to that extent, it's kind of nice, right? It's a flexible tool without being like this custom. Because building this in the family environment, you can, obviously, right? But it would be heavy. Like this movement, all these adjustments and angles and stuff would actually be very heavy in the family environment. It would be, you know, it would be flexible, but, you know, it would bog down the model quite a bit. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to insert load Autodesk family. I'm going to make a wood truss today. So we're going to do a nice wood truss. So I'm just going to go lumber. I'm going to load some dimensional lumber. We'll make it a 2x6 and a 2x4 truss, something like that. So now I'm going to edit the type. I'm going to build this into the actual type. So we're going to say and I could duplicate it. I'm not going to do it for today, but obviously you want to duplicate it. And so now we're going to look at top chords, bottom chords, and we're just going to apply, you know, we'll do 2x6s and then 2x4s maybe for the wedding. Obviously, you could also adjust things like, you know, where's the analytical model if you're into that thing. I don't think very many people are still, but so the webs we're going to do 2x4s. So now it's, you know, that's what it's going to be. Anytime you make this truss, that's what it's going to be. Bottom chord, I'll do 2x6. And that's it for this thing. Click apply. Okay. So a couple things that people always hate about this. First, it's the way this stuff copes, right? It pulls it away, and there's different reasons why it does that, but it's because there's structural framing, and anyone who's tried to put structural framing together, even outside of a truss, this is kind of what it does. It also has no way to really generate connection details unless you build them into these family types, and it gets super complicated. And so we'll talk about gussets and stuff afterwards. But for now, I want to give you a quick tip on how to best clean up these copes. So the manual process would be, you know, if you selected these pieces here, so let's select this one, and you unpin it, similar to a beam. right? You have to basically extend it beyond what's there, and then you can cope it. Right? So you can go to structure. Actually, I think you need to hit the truss first, hit cope, and then you can do this. Oops, wrong way. That way and that way. And then even though you coped it, there's also still a coping distance, which we talked about in another office hour, which unfortunately can't be 0. So you can do like 1/64 of an inch and it looks like 0, right? So that's kind of the manual process, and that's pretty much still the process. The nice thing about it is you can do it on a larger scale, and this is kind of how I would do it. Is if I said, and for now, obviously I can select all in view because there's nothing else in the view. Obviously, there's other 2x4s, whatever. Personally, when I do this kind of stuff, I might duplicate a dimensional family or the lumber family and make one called truss, so that I have a one that's being used for framing, one that's being used for truss, whatever. So what I usually do to quickly set this up is I'll select all the webs, I'll unpin them. So this one, for some reason, you can actually go negative with the join and end join cutback. So if I go -6, -6, what you'll see is I can actually globally make these webs blow out beyond it. So I can go really, really far, or I can go tight and do individual ones, doesn't really matter. But for now, I'm just going to say -2 feet for one of these and -2 feet for the other one. Right, so you can do that. Even though they're unpinned, this is what's weird about the trusses, is even though they're unpinned, they stay linked to that. And so until you blow up the truss by saying remove truss family, they're still linked to that. Okay. So then from here now, what I can do is I can do basically a multiple cope. Actually, I should have done this one too. And so let's unpin this. And this one I'll just do manually because I don't feel like going through the whole process. So I'm just going to launch this thing way out to here. Good enough. Then you hit the truss family. And then what you see on the bottom down here, it says select the element to be coped, and then select the object there. You also have the ability to do a multi cut here. So see multiple cut. So if I check that off, I hit this element. I'm going to do the wrong order, I bet. Yeah. So this element, then this guy. What you'll notice is I can actually go through, and now I can actually start coping these things pretty quickly. And then I'll do the same thing here. And don't worry about the extension. We'll pull it back, but you get the idea. So then I'll do cope here. I'll hit one of these guys. Then I'll just go around and I'll hit some of this stuff. Right? Do. This guy, and then you got to do it around here too. So cope. Hit this guy first, then this, then this. So again, it's multiple, so it's not too bad. I'm able to do it. And you'll notice I can cope it twice, right? So it's going through that thing, which is great. And then I got to cope these edges here too. So what's weird about the truss family too is you have to notice I have to select the truss family in order to hit cope in order to do these guys. If you select the individual beams, I don't think they work the way you want them to, which is bizarre, but it's what it is. There we go. This guy, and then I press escape. Sorry. Cope. Okay. And now from here we can select all instances. Right now we can change that coping distance to 1/64 of an inch, or if you want to go even finer, you feel free. And then I went extreme, right? So I obviously went a little too far on all these to that -2 feet. So maybe I'll try all of them back a little bit first, and then maybe I only adjust 1 or 2. But the nice thing about it is what I'm showing you here, you're really only doing once, right? And if you really want, you can. I didn't cope that, did I? The ones that are a little tweaked, you can pull these. Again, this is not disassociating them from the truss. This guy should cope too, just to make it really pretty. Okay, so then we go here, we say cope, this guy, there we go. All right, so in the 2x6s, those need a better distance. The 1/64. I wish that could be 0. I don't know why, but whatever. Okay, so now you have a family, and now it's cleaned up, right? And notice if I adjust it, it all stays, right? If I pull it here, if I go up 15 feet. So yeah, it took a few minutes to do, but now it's done, right? And then from there, what I would usually do is I would typically use an array here. And there's different ways you could use it, but I would typically use an array. So then instead of grouping and whatnot, and let's say it's 6 feet on center for whatever reason, and there's 10 of them, you know. And now this way, you essentially have a group, you have an array, and it's good to go. So if you need to adjust one of them, you go edit group, you select it, you change this to 15 feet, click finish, and then they all jump up to the 15 feet, right? Now, if you want to put some gussets on it or something, now that it's an array, it's a group essentially. Typically I'll do it in here. So I'll have to load, and if you want, let me get out of the group. If you want, there's plenty of families out there that you can get or make that have bolts on them and look all cool. And I think I have one in another project, but just out of the box, if you're ready to just throw something on there that generally looks good, I actually usually use, and I hope this will work because I haven't done it in a while. I used to use, I think, the column plate because I think it's face-based. Let's see. I don't remember if it's face-based, but I think it is. Right? Yeah. So the column base plate is actually face-based. And so even though it's a column base plate, it's got these four things on here. And so you can put it on this. So what I'll do here is I'll get inside this first of the array. I'll edit the group. I'll toss it. And, you could get different plates, obviously, and we're not worried about that right now. I'll place it on face. So let's say, just put it on here for now. And yeah, it doesn't have the bolts in it or anything and whatever, but you get the idea. So I'll align this here. You could adjust the size, this whole spacing, all that good stuff. We're not going to worry about that. I just want to show you guys the actual concept here, of what exactly I'm doing. I'll copy it this time. It's going to yell at me because it's space-based. That's ugly. Let's take that one there. Okay. Ooh, what happened here? Did I blow that up? I didn't pull that one back. That's weird. I must not have changed that extension when we were messing around. Or that might have been because I changed the slope in the extension or whatever. So now you can always mirror this, put them on each side, but you get the idea. And the nice thing is because now it's an array, it's a group. If I click finish, there you go. Here you've got your sort of trusses. So, not great, not amazing, but a really, in my opinion, not that bad of a way to sort of get trusses, especially this type of trussing in your project. And it's way better than trying to make a truss family. I could tell you that. Like if you tried to make this thing as a extrusion based family with all the stuff, nope, not gonna happen. Pretty cool. Questions on that?
Do those plates move?
Move as in what? If you adjusted something?
Yeah, if you squish it down.
Let's see. They might, but I don't think they will. No, so I just went down. Uh-oh.
The width.
Oh, you want to try the width? Something just blew up. Hold on. Groups consistent. Which groups?
Fixed groups error message.
Yeah, the base plate. It's freaking out. Then you're actually better off not hosting it at all, right? It's being hosted to the level with an offset and then copying along. So, to that extent, what we would do, and I can't do it with this because the work plane wouldn't work. It's flat. But let's imagine that this was straight up. By placing on a work plane, similar to any other group, instead of hosting to an object that's being arrayed, it's hosted to the work plane, so then it's just copying along it. So that, in theory, that would probably be the best practice, not the base-based. So let's just say this was the base plate for whatever reason. Now this is based on level 1, so yeah, it can copy this way, but it won't blow up when the group moves and stuff like that. But notice these ones did a fine job because they're not hosted anymore. Even if I adjust this one, it'll probably be, it has no issues if I went up or down or around or whatever. So that's a good point. That I was trying to be fast with the base, but I completely forgot that base is going to. And then the coping there is removing because the angle's making these beams spread out on the top flange. So that's just something easily fixed. And again, you only have to fix it on the first one, right? So you fix the coping on this one, and then when you finish it, the rest of it's fine. So that's how I would manage. That's how I would manage trusses. I hope that helps. I remember who was it that asked the question? Maybe Ryan. I don't remember who it was. Either way. So yeah, that's trusses.
There are instances where some laws were
Misty?
put specifically for political reasons.
Yeah.
We're looking at this story.
If you can watch your screen, I'm going to share something with you.
Let's put it this way.
Let's see.
Sure.
I think Occam's razor suggests live in a city, it's got high crime.
Let's
Look,
see.
it's Austin.
Share.
Probably there was a robbery gone wrong. Now, some people don't believe in coincidences, considering the guy was on the.
I haven't seen this one yet, but this might be worth watching.
Hey everyone, Jeff here, also known as the Revit Kid. Today I'm going to show you something really neat. It has to do with bringing in your 3D Google Maps into Revit as a usable three-dimensional object, as well as bringing it into other programs. This workflow works for a lot of different things. So stay tuned. You're going to get some really neat tips, go through a couple different software, and understand how you can take those 3D images that you spun around in Google Maps and actually bring them into your software. I call it ripping Google Maps. I'm not sure if that's the best term, but a pretty cool process. Hope you enjoy it, and I'll see
Can
you
you
there.
turn on texting?
The reason that I decided to sort of figure out how to do this is my usage of drones and creating photogrammetry from drones led me to a project where we could not get a drone out there. And I thought, what if I use the same process to develop these 3D meshes for Twinmotion at the time, but also for Revit, but using Google Earth, Google Maps. And so that's what we're doing. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to jump
remember
into
this. This is
Earth,
cool.
and I'm going to pick a location, and I'm going to run you through the process from start to finish, taking it step by step. Of course, before we jump in, make sure you subscribe to the channel here on YouTube, hit the like, hit the notification, and look out for more tutorials, videos, and live streams in the future. So with that, let's jump right in. So as you can see, I've got Google Maps, so just maps.google.com, and I'm actually going to choose a location that I know works really well. It's a pretty cool building, and I think it'll show the process well. So this is what you would normally see in Google Maps. Pretty straightforward. You would see your map view. I'm going to jump over to 3D satellite image, and so anyone who hasn't been on Google Maps recently may notice that it actually changed a little bit. It's down on the bottom left-hand corner here. I'm going to switch over to satellite. I'm going to hide the panel there. And so if I hold shift and left click, you can see I can actually orbit around this building. So this is actually the building I'm going to do here. It's a really neat, brutal building that's actually being renovated to a hotel right now. But I like this as a test object for what we're about to do. So the first thing you want to do is you actually want to turn off labels. So on the bottom left, if you hit where it says maps and go to more, you can uncheck labels. And that'll get rid of all those annoying labels that are telling you what it is. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to record ourselves flying around this building almost as if we were flying a drone. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but we're going to use different programs to record it. So I'm actually using OBS to record my screen. You can really use any screen recording software. It doesn't really matter what it is. And you could also just take individual pictures, but the process that I use is actually recording yourself spinning around the building as a video, exporting it as images, and then uploading it to Recap Photo. So let's go through the process first. So I'm going to hit record over on the other screen, and this is basically all I'm going to do. I'm just going to record myself slowly flying around the building like this. And for an object and not for a site, you can really just do a one spin around it a couple times.
I can't do that. Can you do that?
And then I would suggest doing a one or two sort of straight down looks, you know, going around the project a little bit. If you want to get a little more detailed, you get a little more detailed. I'm going to press stop on the screen. The one thing that I will tell you, the tip that I will give you, is don't pan like this so that you see a horizon line, because that kind of stuff like this, that just screws with the photogrammetry. So the best you can, make sure you're looking at a similar angle, different heights, and record yourself going around the building. All right, so now let's take a look at what this video looks like after we've done recording it. All right, so as you can see, here's us spinning around. It's just exactly what you saw. It's my screen recording of me spinning around the screen. So imagine we're flying a drone around the site. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to take this video and turn it into images. Here's another example of what you can do using different software. Pretty much any movie or video editing software will get it done. I prefer Premiere just because I have it. I use it for all my video editing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Premiere for this process. But at the end of the day, your goal is to take your video and export it as a sequence of JPEG images that you're going to use for creating a photogrammetry mesh. So I'm going to jump into Premiere. I'm going to click New Project. I'm going to call this IKEA building. I don't know if you guys saw, but it's right next to an IKEA. It's actually in New Haven, Connecticut, for anyone who's interested. And now I'm going to throw my recording into Premiere. And so there's my recording in Premiere. I'm going to drag this into sequence. I don't want this to be a how-to in Premiere. So if you don't know Premiere and you really want to learn it, feel free to look out. I'll show you the exact tools you need to do this process in Premiere. So all I did was made a new project, imported the video, and then dragged into my sequence. You don't necessarily need to do this, but I find it you get better results. I'm going to double click the image. I'm going to scale it, or the video, I should say. I'm going to scale it so that my toolbars are gone. So you can see I just scaled it so my toolbars are gone. So if I scroll through this, you'll see it's just me spinning around the building, right? That's all it is. So now I'm just going to show you how you export that as a sequence of images. So I'm going to right-click my sequence and say Export Media. Then for my source settings, if I pull this down, I actually have options. I have JPEG options. I have animated GIF options. I have all these different options. If I go to JPEG, you can see it says JPEG sequence. So what this is going to do is it's going to export my video as a series of images, which are JPEG format. But the key here is if you did it by default, it'll probably do 1 frame per second. So, that'd be 30 frames per second. So as you can imagine, that's actually going to be a ton of images. So we don't need that many images. That's going to be too many. We actually can only max out at 300 images, I believe, for the photogrammetry software. So down here, I'm going to say, I'm going to uncheck where it says frame rate, and I'm actually going to pull it down to 5. Depending on how long your image is, you may need to go down to 1, but I'm going to go to 5. So now this is going to be 5 images per second. It's just going to export for me. I'm going to click export, and there it goes. It's exporting my sequences. All right, so step 1, record yourself flying around the building in Google Maps using some sort of screen recording software. Ideally, make sure that the horizon's not gone or not showing, and then get a nice spin around the building, and then some site plan type of views. Step 2, bring it into a video editing software. For me, I'm using Premiere, and export it as a series of images, JPEG images. So now step 3, let's take a look at these images. So there we go. So if I click these, you see I have 220 images. If I open one, you can see what they look like. They're just a bunch of images going around the building. Perfect. So step 3 is actually to now load them into a photogrammetry software. I'm going to be using Recap Photo as my tool. Anyone who has, I believe it's most of the Revit subscription models of Autodesk software, you get Recap and Recap Photo with it. If not, take a look at your subscription service, figure it out. Autodesk has their thing. But there are other tools out there that Pix 4D or something like that. There's a bunch out there that do photogrammetry. So I'm using this as my tool. You guys feel free to use whatever it is. There's lots of photogrammetry software out there. I just prefer this one, and I like the way it works. Plus, I have it with all the subscriptions. So I'm going to open up Recap now. This is Recap Photo, I'm sorry. And I'm going to click Create 3D, and I'm going to click an object. And this is interesting because I found, you notice there's aerial and object. When it comes to this process, I found that the object seems to work better than aerial. Aerial does a lot of weird stuff when it comes to Google Map ripping, and I've tried a lot of different ways. If someone else has other thoughts, feel free to comment below. But I found that object seems to work the best for this particular thing. You can see I have a whole bunch of rips down here that we've done in the past. I'll show some examples, probably as some B-roll. But I'm going to click Object. So I'm going to create a new 3D object. And then the first thing it wants you to do is it wants you to pull down the photos. So I'm going to go to Create. Oops, I'm going to click Anywhere. I'm going to go find my photos, and I'm going to load all my photos in here and click Open. Now, remember, if you're using Recap Photo, you do have a limit, even with subscription, of 300 maximum photos. So if you load them in and it says 500 photos on the bottom, you have to make sure you delete some. It will not let you upload them with more than 300 photos. So just let you know, I have under 300, so I'm just going to leave these as is. So now that we have all our photos selected, I'm going to click Create. And this is something a little new for Recap Photo in the last year or less than a year. You do have to create a project and in a folder, or put it in a folder using the Autodesk desktop app with the cloud and all this stuff. So it does do everything through the cloud. And so you need to create a project as well as a cloud folder to put it in. And you need the Autodesk desktop app. So for those of you not familiar, make sure you're looking into it. But you need to install the Autodesk desktop app and Recap Photo to do this process. So then I'm just going to click here, and I'm going to say IKEA 2, and I'm going to click Start. That's it. So I gave it a project name. It's already in a folder, and I'm going to click Start. and then it's going to upload the photos, and then it's going to process. I will warn you that the uploading is actually fairly fast. The processing itself can be a little bit of a pain in the butt, mainly because it goes up to the cloud and then it sits in the queue forever until Autodesk says they want to render it. But I've already have one processed, so we're going to take a look at it now. So step 1, record yourself looping around a building in Google Maps. Step 2, export as images. Step 3, load it into Recap, let it do its thing. Step 4 is open the mesh. So I have down on the bottom here, I have create, this is IKEA building test, and there's an option down here. Notice how this is local. Up here it says my computer, down here it says cloud. Oh, another one of those things that Autodesk threw in there. You have to throw it to the cloud first and then pull it down local, etc., whatever. So I'm going to click down here where it says open mesh. All right, so there we have it. If I zoom in way over here, you'll see I actually have a 3-dimensional mesh of that Google map, which is pretty cool. If you don't believe me it's in 3D, I can show you some of the faceted edges. Check that out. Pretty cool, right? So a couple things you need to do before you actually use this in any software. The first thing, I like doing this in Recap Photo. You can do this in some other programs if you're more comfortable in a mesh mixing environment of 3D Max or Blender or whatever. You can do it in there, but I personally don't mind it. So I know that this building is about 100 feet wide. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I scale it. This is photogrammetry. So unless you give it control points, it's not going to know the scale, location, orientation, etc. So I'm going to go over to my little gear. There's a little ruler on the left-hand side for scale in units. I'm going to change it to feet because, that's where I am here. And I'm going to click value instead of percentage. And then there's a couple things you could do. You could actually click a scale percentage, or it lets you click on screen. So again, I went to feet, I went to value. And now if I can click 2 known points, so I'm clicking here and clicking here. If I zoom in, you could probably see there's little pins. And then I could type in 100 and click set. So as long as you have a known value, if you don't know the value, you can also just sort of scale it off of Google Maps itself. There's a little scale on the bottom and then go with that. So now this is scaled. It's oriented pretty well, and now you're good to go. Okay, so now if you want to save this, you can save this. Now here's the next part. Now we have a mesh. We have it scaled, and now we can do whatever we want with it. If we need to cut a middle out, we could highlight it. We can edit it in here and cut it out, etc. But I'm going to bring it into Revit first. Okay, so I'm going to go under Export, and then I'm going to click Export Model on the left-hand side. Now you can see I actually have, so under Quick Export, let me scroll out here. Quick Export, you have a few options. 1, 2, 3D Make, you have FBX, blah, 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 all these things here. I prefer Advanced because I think you have more options here. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to bring it as an RCS. So right now, we're just going to bring it in as a point cloud. There's other objects if you want to mess with, but point cloud to me is the easiest one to bring into Revit. And then you could slice it and you can model from it. You can do whatever you want. And so I'm going to change this from points per meter square of 100 to points per meter square of 500. You're going to have to play with how many points you want and sort of weigh the size of the file and the annoyance of using all those points versus not. I'm just going to do 500 and see how it looks. I'm going to click Export. So I'm going to save it here, and now it's exporting a point cloud. All right, so before we jump into Revit, I just wanted to recap one more time through the process. First, we flew ourselves around in Google Maps and recorded it as if we were a drone. Then we brought it into Premiere or any video editing software, exported it as an image sequence. Then we uploaded it to Recap Photo for some photogrammetry. So any photogrammetry software would work, which developed a 3D mesh. Then from that 3D mesh, we exported it as a .rcs file, which is a point file for like a laser scan point file. All right, so now let's jump into Revit and let's bring in the point cloud. So here I am in Revit. This is just a blank file, blank template. I'm in my 3D view. I'm going to go to Insert Point Cloud. I'm going to select that RCP file, and I'm going to click Open. Now you'll notice this is a point cloud. If I scroll around, you can see it's a scaled point cloud. It has all the mesh. So one thing that I noticed in a recent update of Recap Photo is I could not get the points to export with their RGB values from the texture. So anyone who's tried this process or maybe familiar with it, maybe someone at Autodesk, if you know how to change that setting, please comment below or shoot me an email or hit me up at Twitter and let me know. So what I mean by that is, as you can see, this is useful, right? I can put on a section box, right? And I can, let's say maybe I'm using this for, existing conditions, or maybe as a background or something like that. But right now, more for existing conditions. If I go over here, you can see there's my sort of elevation of it. If I go like this, I'm actually cutting into the building. Maybe I only cut a section of it, and now you can see I actually have the profile of the building. So there's still uses of this, but it's a little hard when it's all the same color to sort of get a sense of what it is. So what I wanted to do really quickly is just show you an example of what used to happen. So let me get rid of this point cloud. So what used to happen is when you exported a RCS or a point cloud, then when you loaded it in, it also had the RGB values. So I'm going to quickly load this other example in. So now if I zoom out, you could see this one is a point cloud that actually has the RGB, so the color values on it. Another thing to note too is if you have issues going directly to RCS, you can go to a PTS file, which is a point file, and bring it in. I tried multiple ways, and I could not, in the new version of Recap Photo, I could not actually get what you're seeing here, which if I zoom in, you can see their points. But if I zoom out, you can see you actually have the context of what you're seeing. So kind of strange, but maybe there's been an update that in a different setting that I didn't see, but I have not been able to find that setting. So feel free to look at it. So I was editing this video, and I couldn't post this video without trying to figure out why on earth the color point clouds wasn't working anymore. So I dug in a little bit. I did some research. Still don't have the exact answer, but for anyone who goes through this tutorial and gets frustrated like me, not being able to get a colored point cloud out, just wanted to show you that I figured a little bit of a solution out. So if we jump into this, what I've done is instead of scaling the model in Recap, I just brought the model, the mesh in, downloaded it from the cloud server, and here it is here. I didn't do any scaling. I didn't do any editing, any modifying of it. And then I just went over and I exported to a RCS file, and I didn't touch any settings. I left that at 100 points per meter square, and I was able to export it. And what you'll see is if I jump into Revit and I import that point cloud, it's coming into Revit with 3 dimensions with the points on there. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a memory limitation, if it's a bug of the software, if it's something with modifying the actual file. And actually, for those who would actually want to scale it correctly, because remember, we didn't scale this. If you select a point cloud in Revit and you go to edit type, you can actually change the scale factor right here. So if I click 10, click OK, you'll see it scales up. And so you can scale it on the Revit side, which is nice. The only thing that stinks a little bit is not being able to change the points per square meter. So couldn't stop without trying that. I had to fix it. And so hope you enjoyed the tutorial, and talk to you guys soon. So just real quickly to recap, no pun intended. So we're going to start by spinning around Google Maps, recording ourselves as a video. Export that video as images, upload those images to Recap Photo or any photogrammetry software, export to a point cloud, and bring it into Revit, or whatever point cloud program you're going to be using it on. There are other export options, bringing into Twinmotion or Lumion, for example, as an FBX, or a DAE or Collada, whatever you name it. You actually have exports options for the mesh, and maybe I'll do another video on that. So if you enjoyed this, please subscribe to my channel. Shoot me a comment below. Ask me if you want to do more like this. And I hope you guys have an awesome day. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, I'm back. I apologize. I got me something to eat. All right. Close this. Um, okay. So this is what I see in a structural template, huh? Level 2, level 1. Probably. There. No template. No template. No template. Structural press.
he mentions the Revit Geek on Twitter, and also the host of Revit Radio. And so some people out there may be familiar with Revit Radio. It's been around for quite some time. Before we jumped on air, we were trying to talk or remember, go through the history of Revit Radio and how many episodes or how long it's been around for. And so we'll put links to all of that, but maybe real quickly, give a little overview of what Revit Radio is and then how people can get to it. I'll put links if it's not very easy, but you get the idea.
Yep. So Revit Radio originally started off because way back in 2004 is when we got into the, hey, this is kind of new to Revit. There wasn't a whole bunch of blogs or anybody out there. So when I worked out as reseller, one of the sales guys and I started like, you just ask questions and we'll answer them. We kind of based it around Car Talk, which has now been no longer exists on National Public Radio in the United States. But we kind of based it around that. So just people ask questions and I answer them. Sometimes they're not the best answers. I come back like the next day, damn, that was a terrible way to approach that. So originally we never recorded them, but I did start recording them as of last year. So there's a few up on my YouTube channel.
Awesome. Yeah. So we'll put links to that. And definitely everyone can check that out. What I always found interesting and something that I think you've always done a good job on as far as Revit Radio is concerned is a sort of pre-video, Revit Radio and answering questions on Revit without, video demonstration of them. And so I've always found that kind of, because, people have always asked about why not just turn the show into a podcast, et cetera. And I'm like, well, yeah, to some extent you can, but also it's like, there's so much visual demonstration that helps with discussion. So I applaud you on that, being able, I think to some extent, certain level of Revit user, we can talk about certain things and see all of it. But, being able to sort of explain it without video is always a challenging task. So kudos on that one. All right. So, I was just looking at who's here. We got a bunch of folks coming, Reno, Nevada, Austin, Texas, Antonio, Scott Davis is here. Hey, Scott. Welcome to the show, and Thad, who's over in Virginia. Very cool, awesome. We got a good showing tonight. So I guess before we jump into some of the actual demo and discussion at hand, maybe let's talk a little bit about how you theoretically or how you approach this idea of detailing in Revit. I think. Understanding how you utilize 3D versus 2D when you initially approach it, what are your thoughts behind it, and then how you got to the point where we're going to demonstrate what we're talking about today.
Well, like I said, back in 2011 when I first approached this, there's a lot of people coming back from the AutoCAD days of, hey, we've got these typical details. We need to bring them into Revit. Can we just bring the AutoCAD in and explode? And I cringed at that point in time. And so it's where I really start coming in and talking to people about, okay, look, Revit has detail components, just like it has model components. Let's start taking those detail components, developing them. And let's develop it in an intelligent way. So when we work on it, we can actually tag and notate it and never use a single line or a filled region or a piece of text. So when I get into intelligent detailing, I'm still talking the 2D side of it, because no matter how dense you make your model, and I'll show it in my little example, you're not going to be modeling the waterproofing membrane. More than likely, you're not going to model the majority of the flashing. You may or may not model like anchor bolts, things like that, but you're still going to have some of that 2D representation. So just like the 3D stuff, why aren't we tagging that information? And over the years, it's been kind of nice, because originally we couldn't even schedule detail components when I started doing this. We couldn't add filters to detail components. So over, this last, 13 years of me presenting this, it's kind of been like, okay, look, we've got a few things that have adapted over times, and we can still now make these intelligent, still 2D, but we can make them, more intelligent. So it's not people, I don't know how many times you've been on a project and you see gypsum boards spelled 15 different ways on a single project. Well, we're tagging that component. We're not going to spell it differently. So kind of scenarios like that. And then when they added global parameters, I started actually linking the 2D details to the 3D model. So if the 3D model updates, I can have that update my 2D model as well. So it's still 100% 2D, but through global parameters, I can have that intelligence and that link come back and forth.
That's awesome. I love that. And so I think that's part of what I think the questions I always get too is when to model and when to 2D represent it. So I think what's going to be great too is also talk, as we go through it, seeing, it's always good to see examples of how.
You watching this? Nathan. Nathan. Yes, and you can't hear.
Hello?
Yeah.
I just made it back. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm going to enjoy my day. You guys have fun.
Is Nathan still here?
I have no idea. I was trying to talk to him. You guys be good.
All right, you as well.
Nathan, you there? You're on mute if you're there. Tyler, you there? Anybody there? Okay, no need for help then.
You hear Nathan? Oh man, I'm not even presenting. Can you hear me, Nathan? If you can hear me, you're muted, buddy. You still around, Brian? Can anybody hear me? What in the heck? Okay, yeah, my mic's working.